That's what they call it. What do you want to do? Participate in this.
Yes.
I said, down below is all those guys. It's a one and done case. But I know it's the water can't come up there. But I said, what was wrong?
Thank you all for joining us this evening. It's now 5:01 in the evening on this 10th of August, 2022, and time for this evening's Canyon County Planning and Zoning meeting. My name is Rob Sturgill, and I'm chairman for tonight's hearing. Will the recording secretary please call roll of the members of the Commission and Development Services Department staff? Jennifer?
Commissioner Neville,
Present.
Commissioner Sheets. He will be here, yes. Commissioner Villafana,
Present.
Commissioner Amaral,
Present.
Chairman Sturgill,
Here.
Planner Elizabeth Allen,
Present.
Planner Jenna Petrol.
Here.
Chairman, based on the roll call, you do have a quorum. Please proceed.
Patrick Williamson is also here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Williamson,
Here.
thank you.
Thank you.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Will you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the date and time lawfully noticed for the hearing scheduled before the Canyon County Planning and Zoning Commission. A quorum of the Canyon County Planning and Zoning Commission is present to hear the scheduled agenda. Would you please silence all your cell phones? Will the Commission Vice Chairman please read the testimony guidelines?
It is the Commission's intent to allow all applicants and those individuals signed up to testify either in support of or in opposition to the case the opportunity to do so within reason. Due to the number of applications, this can only be accomplished by setting standards in terms of time limitations. As follows are the procedures we must follow under Canyon County Code of Ordinances 07-05-03. Everyone who plans to testify on any matter before this commission should sign the witness list, which is at the table in the front lobby. Because of time restraints, the list has been limited to 50 people with signups both online and in person tonight. However, a second hearing has been scheduled 2 weeks from tonight to hear additional testimony from those who aren't able to speak tonight. Staff will present their report first, with public testimony immediately following Development Services presentation. Witnesses will be called from both those who have signed up this evening to testify and from those who have registered in advance. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak unless they are speaking for a group, in which they may request additional time up to 10 minutes. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, please begin your testimony by clearly stating what organization or group of people you are representing. The Planning and Zoning Commission may make exceptions to these time limits for unique and unusual circumstances and complex issues. It is our hope that all individuals testifying will be respectful of those waiting to have their views heard. The Commission is interested in hearing a wide variety of facts, views, and opinions. In the interest of time, we ask that witnesses avoid repetitive testimony. If someone has already comprehensively stated one of your concerns, you may either add additional relevant information to that concern or simply state that you share that concern and move on to new information and topics. The public hearing portion of this meeting will adjourn no later than 10 p.m. tonight, with the second hearing scheduled for Wednesday, August 24th at 5 p.m. The Commission requires that all testimony, questions, and answers to those questions be given from the lectern. Please speak directly into the microphone. This is necessary in order for us to obtain the audio recording, which is the record required by law. If you refer to an exhibit or computer projection, please use specific verbal descriptions such as exhibit number, location, or direction, so that a transcript can be made for review if necessary by the Board of County Commissioners and or a district judge for the Idaho Supreme Court.
Thank you. Before we begin taking testimony, I would administer the oath of affirmation to the members of the Commission and staff. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. The Development Services staff have been appointed as Sergeant at Arms for tonight's hearing. Their job will be to maintain order by restricting inappropriate discussion, monitoring the allotted time, and regulating any disorderly conduct. I don't believe we have a printed agenda this evening, do we? Yes. I believe if so, we only have one item on the agenda anyhow. Okay, so tonight's agenda consists of a public hearing for the comprehensive plan. I'd like to start with a couple comments just because this is a bit of an unusual hearing, and I think a couple thoughts might be in order just to set the context for what we're going to try to accomplish here this evening. First of all, I want to thank staff for the years of work that's gone into the comprehensive plan thus far, and all the work that's been put together this evening to put together this unusual hearing. It's been quite a bit of logistics work, and they put a lot of effort in. I hope all of us appreciate the time and effort they put into it. Second, I'd like to outline just for a moment, particularly for those that are online, the setup and the process for this evening. So we're here in the Canyon County Administrative Building. We have an overview site over across the street. There's no one been turned away for a full room, so everyone's been able to attend, and hopefully everyone that wishes to testify is going to have an opportunity. There is a second hearing scheduled for August 24th. So those who could not make this evening's hearing or wish to testify are going to have another opportunity on August 24th. Next, I'd like to very quickly explain, thank you. Next, I'd like to very quickly explain the process we're going through. So after years of development on this comprehensive plan, it has been presented from the Canyon County staff to the Planning and Zoning Commission here with me, the volunteers, and our job will be to review the public comment, make changes as appropriate, and then, or recommend changes, excuse me, and then recommend approval or disapproval to the Board of County Commissioners. That will happen on or after August 24th. The Board of County Commissioners is the body that actually approves the comprehensive plan, and then it becomes the guiding document for the county. We often hear concerns and complaints that the public's input is not recognized or not heard by government. And I wanted to point out that tonight's hearing really is the opportunity to get your voices heard. We've been having public hearings for a matter of years, but this is, we're coming to the end here. This is really where we're looking for all of you to provide your input. The Planning and Zoning Commission is going to suspend our own views and opinions this evening and keep an open mind to your input. So thanks all for joining us and bringing your thoughts this evening. If you have concerns, and I know some people have signed up and said they had concerns about the comprehensive plan, it would help us if you're as specific as possible. It doesn't help us if you merely state that you're opposed to the comprehensive plan. Please tell us why you're opposed, what should be changed to make it acceptable. That allows us to integrate your thoughts into this comprehensive plan as we're in the 11th hour moving towards approval. And the final comment I will make is, if time permits this evening, I'm going to ask each Planning and Zoning Commissioner at the end of this hearing to summarize what they've heard this evening, just so we can refresh in our minds the highlights and the important points that we need to consider moving forward in the process. Okay. Having said all that, we'll now begin taking evidence by calling Development Services staff as the first witness to present the proposed Canyon County Comprehensive Plan and any late exhibits.
Thank you. Good evening. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that we are streaming live on YouTube. So when you're at the microphone or speaking, make sure that you speak into the microphone so that picks up and also everyone in the room can hear you. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Elizabeth Allen. I'm the Long Range Planning Division Manager, and I have Jen and Petrol with me, who works in Long Range as a Planner 1. So before you this evening is the proposed Canyon County 2030 Comprehensive Plan update with a request to repeal the 2020 Comprehensive Plan and adopt the 2030 Comprehensive Plan. This is the first hearing that we will have before the Planning and Zoning Commission, with a continuation of this hearing scheduled for August 24th at 5 p.m. I do have some late exhibits that came in that are provided to the Commission in the blue folder. Exhibit 4M is from Fort and Lake Elah. Exhibit 4N is from Fair, Idaho. Exhibit 4O is from Sunny Slope Wine Trail, and then Exhibit 4P is from Claudia Haynes. So to start out, I'm going to talk about why the comprehensive plan update is needed. So the comprehensive plan is a guiding document required in the state statute under the Local Land Use Planning Act. The first plan in the county was adopted in 1975. Updates are needed to reflect changes that occurred and address new challenges in the county. The last update took place in 2011 with some minor updates in between 2011 and now. This document provides a vision for how we grow and invest in our community for over the next 8 years. The plan is not a regulatory document and will not change the current zoning of properties. The one purpose only of the plan is to help guide land use decisions. And the plan is a working document that is typically updated every 2 years, and it may be amended as often as desired by the governing board. So the plan considers previous and existing conditions as well as trends, desired goals and objectives, or desirable future situations for each planning component. The planning components identified in the Local Land Use Planning Act includes property rights, population, school facilities, economic development, land use, natural resources, hazardous areas, public services, facilities and utilities, transportation, recreation, special areas or sites, housing, community design, agriculture, implementation, national interest electric transmission corridors, and public airport facilities. In the plan before you today, staff has combined land use and community design into one chapter. We also combined natural resources and hazardous areas, and we removed public airport facilities as that's not needed unless the Planning and Zoning Commission requests that it be added to the comprehensive plan, and it wasn't included in the current plan. And then implementation items have been added to each chapter. In the following slides, I will go over the process of creating the plan. This process has taken place during changes in department staff and a pandemic. The process began under the direction of Director Nielsen in 2019 and led by planner Kate Dahl. In April of 2021, Steve Foltz took over the director position, and then in February 2022, Ms. Dahl moved over into the Economic Development Division, and myself, Elizabeth Allen, took over long-range planning. Early drafts of the plan were developed through the work of various staff members, and the plan could not have been created without the hard work of staff, especially Jenna Petrol and Kate Dahl. For public outreach, preparation began in 2019 in the fall with the formation of 7 working groups. Each group met twice in 2019. 2 surveys were created in 2020. Those were both open for 2 months, and a dedicated page was added to the county website with events and details about the plan. 4 open houses were held in 2020 to identify desired changes that the public wanted to see in the plan. And in the fall of 2021, 4 open houses were held to get feedback on the draft plan, specifically the future land use map and map set. 1 agricultural meeting was held in December of 2021, hosted by friends of our community to provide an update on the plan and discussions about transfer of development rights. 2 agricultural community meetings were held to hear feedback in January of 2022. And then in February 2022, 3 open houses were held that focused on proposed goals, policies, and future land use map. And then 2 joint workshops were held between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners in March and May of this year. Comments and more details about the public outreach are in the public outreach report, and that's posted on the website. So several areas of focus were identified during public outreach. That included the protection of farmland, the desire to retain lifestyles and quality of life in the county, slowing the pace of development, the need to improve infrastructure that is currently not in place to support growth, and the need to balance land uses by providing opportunities for property owners. In the following slides, I will go over the organization of the plan and provide an overview about each chapter. I will also provide a comparison of the language included in the 2020 plan and the proposed 2030 plan. Madeline Vanderveen, who is a planning tech that assists long-range planning, conducted an analysis of the 2020 and 2030 goals, policies, and actions to help identify how much language has changed between the 2 plans. That analysis will be covered in the slides briefly, and then more details can be found in Exhibit 6 in the staff report. So the organization of the plan, each chapter has a purpose, goals, policies, and actions, and then trends, existing conditions, and maps. The plan contains approximately 43 goals, 90 policies, and 93 actions. Goals are broad statements indicating a general aim or purpose to be achieved. Policies are statements providing guidelines for current and future decision-making or position-taking. An extensive plan with goals, and then the actions are initiatives, projects, or programs to put policy into action. So chapter 1 is property rights. The introduction of the 2020 plan was removed and replaced with a purpose that references state statute. And then the remaining 2020 language was kept with the addition of a discussion about the bundle of rights. The proposed plan includes 1 goal, 3 policies, and 4 actions. Of this language, 10% is new, 30% carried over from the 2020 plan, and 5% was revised from the 2020 plan. For chapter 2 is population. The 2020 plan provided population data covering 1970 to 2000 and projections for 2030. The proposed plan includes updated census and campus population growth projections. And the goals, policies, and actions incorporate data to assist with land use decisions. The proposal includes 2 goals, 1 policy, and 2 actions. 27% of this language was revised from the 2020 plan, and 18% was new. Chapter 3 is economic development, and that was moved from Chapter 4 in the 2020 plan to Chapter 3 in the 2030 plan. Data on labor force, employment, commuting patterns, income, and spending was updated. The goals, policies, and actions intend to support the regional economy. 4 goals, 7 policies, and 10 actions, of which 41.94% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 25.81% was new. Chapter 4 is land use and community design. It includes updated information on existing development patterns and land ownership. The goals, policies, and actions focus on balancing land uses, and includes 9 goals, 22 policies, and 14 actions. Of that language, 20% is new, 30.59% was revised from the 2020 plan, 2.35 was kept from the 2020 plan. Two important action items that I would like to mention is action item 4.01.01C, and that is to create a rural smart growth advisory committee. And this committee is intended to assist with ordinance updates and other items to help implement the plan and to address land use decisions. Action 4.02.01A is to create sub-area plans and maps to guide land use and development to protect the unique character of each area of the county in conjunction with this plan. The proposed sub-area plans will be helpful in identifying what land uses are appropriate in different areas of the county, since the county can't be treated as a one-size-fits-all. So the future land use map is a visual guide for planning and land use. It does not control current uses and should not be confused with the zoning map. Now, the future land use designation language primarily remains the same from the 2020 plan, with the addition of applicable zone districts and the addition of conservation and public open space designations. And I'll go over each of those future land use designations. So the first one I discuss is residential, that's shown in yellow on the map. It's intended for residential development. The relevant zoning designations are residential agricultural transition, residential single family, and combined medium density residential. The next designation is agriculture, and that's shown in light green on the map. And it is the primary future land use in the county. It contains areas of productive irrigated croplands, grazing, feedlots, dairy, seed production, and ground of lesser agricultural value. The relevant zoning designations are residential single family in appropriate areas, commercial agricultural A5, commercial agricultural A20, and then commercial agricultural A40. The next designation is commercial, that's shown on red in the map. It's primarily within areas of city impact. and is intended to encourage commercial uses which can provide goods and services to businesses, travelers, and residents of the county. Relevant zoning designations include rural, neighborhood commercial, service commercial, and mixed-use arterial. The next one is industrial, that's shown on blue on the future land use map. It is intended for various industrial needs in the county and is located primarily in areas of city impact and along major roadways and rail lines. And relevant zoning designations include light and heavy industrial. The next designation, which is the new one on the future land use map, is the conservation of public open space. And that's located primarily on federal and county lands. Relevant zoning designations include the proposed parks and recreation overlay and the proposed scenic byway and historic preservation overlay. I'm going to talk about proposed zoning district changes. Throughout the process of the development, the plan identified, or staff identified, new current zoning districts that will be necessary after the plan is adopted. This language will be updated and an ordinance will need to be created with thorough public outreach and involvement from advisory committees before these districts can be implemented, and those would also go through the public hearing process. So we will not know the specifics of these zones until we get to the implementation stage. The first one is residential agricultural transition. And that is proposed to replace a rural residential designation that we currently have with a density of 1 unit per 2 acres. And when I talk about unit, we're talking about a residential home. So then we have commercial AC5, that's 1 unit per 5 acres, and that's intended to allow more flexibility for property owners and rural lifestyles. Next we have commercial agricultural AC20, and that's 1 unit per 20 acres, and that's intended for agricultural operations, and it aims to maintain and promote existing and future agricultural operations, but allows more flexibility for property owners. And the next agricultural one is commercial agricultural AC40, and that's 1 unit per 40 acres. This is currently the only agricultural zone that we have in the county, and it is intended to protect farmland as an economic driver in the county. The additional agricultural designations were created based on feedback that farmers, property owners, do not have the flexibility to create smaller lots that are still considered farmland. Now next we have the rural neighborhood commercial designation, and that's proposed to replace the neighborhood commercial designation. It's intended to provide small-scale amenities where public sewer and water services are not available, and it will not attract large traffic volumes, but can still provide goods and services to community members that live further away from city centers. As I mentioned, the district changes will not change until the plan is adopted, and staff can work with stakeholders in the creation of these districts and then create an ordinance that goes before the Plan Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. So several new overlays were identified in the development of the plan. The language included is only a description. It is not intended to describe fully what the overlay will entail. The details of the overlays will be created after the plan, as well as those districts I just mentioned. That's through public advisory committees and public outreach and agencies to develop the language. Overlays are current zoning designations that are placed over an existing zone that add extra controls or flexibility to support the character of the area. The first one is the agritourism exclusive farm use. And that designation is shown on the striped area along Highway 55 west of Farmway Road to Quartz Lane, south of Homedale Road to Marson Road and Locust Lane. It is intended to allow property owners flexibility to provide services and sell agricultural products. The exact language and details will be created through thorough and transparent public outreach. Next, in conjunction with that last one I discussed, is the agritourism business use. That's located along 55 from Farmway Road to the river, and it's intended to host businesses that directly support agritourism-based operations. And as I mentioned earlier, the exact language and details will be created through thorough and transparent public outreach. The next one are wildfire risk areas, and that's intended to cover moderate and high-risk wildfire areas based on the county all-hazard mitigation plan. to provide land management practices and to minimize risk. The darker the orange red is higher the risk. That's based on fuels and different components that they look at when they're identifying those areas of risk. And the next overlay is an intensive agriculture overlay, and it's intended to help protect farming operations from land use conflict. The exact language and details will be created through a thorough public outreach. And then the last one is Scenic Byway and Historic Preservation. The overlay is intended to protect the areas around scenic byways and historic features. And it's shown on the image as the orange and gray dashed line. Chapter 5 is natural resources and hazardous areas. The focus of this chapter is to protect natural resources and provide mitigation measures in hazardous areas. An analysis of natural resources was added to this chapter, which was not included in the 2020 plan. It also added new information about hazards, including nitrate priority area, drought, flooding, and wildfire that was not included in the past. Now, the chapter includes 6 goals, 17 policies, and 23 actions, of which 4% was from the 2020 plan, 24% was from the revised from the 2020 plan, and 33% is new language. So chapter 6 is schools. Data on school district enrollment was updated, as well as school bus information, higher education, language was updated. And then the theme of the chapter is to support educational services in the county and to consider the aggregate impact growth has on the capacity of schools. And the chapter includes 2 goals, 2 policies, and 3 actions, of which 16% carried over from the 2020 plan and 21% was revised from the 2020 plan. Chapter 7 is public services, facilities, and utilities. The chapter provided updated information on water sources, wastewater systems, stormwater, solid waste, electricity and natural gas, public safety and emergency services. The focus of this chapter is on providing access to services. It includes 2 goals, 5 policies, and 3 actions, of which 23% carried over from the 2020 plan. 15% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 39% is new language. Chapter 8 is transportation, and it discusses transportation agencies and the role of the Community Planning Association of Southwest Idaho, COMPASS, and includes updated information on functional classifications, railroad systems, and public transportation. The focus of this chapter is on collaboration and coordination with agencies to provide safe and connected transportation systems. The chapter includes 4 goals, 8 policies, and 8 actions, of which 8% carried over from the 2020 plan, 28% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 15% is new language. Chapter 9 is recreation, and that provides information on county parks and recreation opportunities in the county, with a focus on enhancing trails, pathways, and other recreation. The chapter includes 2 goals, 4 policies, and 1 action, of which 23% was revised from the 2020 plan, and then 38% is new language. Chapter 10 is special areas and sites. It includes information about the county's history, historic districts, archaeological sites, and scenic byways. And the focus of the chapter is to preserve county history and culture. The chapter includes 1 goal, 3 policies, and 5 actions. Of that language, 7% carried over from the 2020 plan, 21% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 36% is new. Chapter 11 is housing. Now the chapter outlines housing data with updated information on housing units, occupancy, age of units, heating sources, housing types, cost and values, and percentage of income. The goals, policies, and actions focus on maintaining the rural character while providing opportunities for housing. The chapter includes 4 goals, 4 policies, and 3 actions. Of that language, 21% carried over from the 2020 plan, and 57% is new language. And chapter 12 is agriculture. It includes information about the history of agriculture, data on farmland conversion and the associated economic laws, land use ownership, industries, crops, and livestock data. A new section was added about aerial application, also known as crop dusting. The theme of the chapter is to support agriculture by protecting farmland, providing options for farmers, and minimizing impacts on operations. The chapter includes 5 goals, 9 policies, and 16 actions. Of that language, 36% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 55% was new language. I would like to mention 2 important action items that we have in that chapter, and that's A12.01.01C, and that's to create an agricultural strategic plan to be used in conjunction with the comprehensive plan to lay the framework for farmland protection, conservation, agritourism, education, and other topics to support agriculture, as well as A12.02.01C, and that's to appoint an agricultural advisory committee to assist with land use applications and assist in reviewing agricultural preservation tools. This committee is intended to assist with ordinance updates and other items, as is the other committee that I mentioned in the land use chapter. And the final chapter is Chapter 13, National Interest Electric Transmission Corridors. And the goal of that chapter is to recognize the need for long-term energy and utility services. The chapter includes 1 goal, 5 policies, and 1 action. Of that language, 50% carried over from the 2020 plan, 20% was revised from the 2020 plan. In the staff report, staff has provided some recommended changes, and that was based on internal review on agency and public comment. Majority of that was minor corrections, and I'll go over a few of the bigger corrections. So on page 22, policy 4.04.03 reads, encourage self-sustained master plan communities that provide services and amenities in a rural setting. Staff is proposing to remove this policy due to concerns from that were raised from agencies. And then on page 28, under intensive agriculture, staff would like to replace have higher quality soils with may have soil type class 5 and better. And then on page 30, for the future land use map, staff is recommending removing residential agricultural transition from NAMPA's area of city impact, and that's based on discussions that we've had with NAMPA, and to add industrial along Peckham Road between Wilder and Greenlee. For agency comments, we received comment from the City of Milton with concerns about the functional classification map. City of Greenlee provided suggestions for specific policies, the definition of intensive agriculture, the need for additional agritourism areas, and industrial along Peckham Road. The City of Nampa provided comments regarding development in the areas of city impact, recommended changes to policies, and concerns about the agritourism and intensive agricultural overlays. And then Compass provided comment with recommended changes. We did receive a number of public comments. Exhibit 4A is from Andrew Wiersma, comment in support of the proposed plan and the support it provides into protecting farmland. Exhibit 4B was from Raymond Bluff, provided comment on the importance of preserving the agricultural heritage of the county. Exhibit 4C is from Brett Lowley, commented on the impact growth has had on farming operations and is in support of the proposed plan. Austin Hildebrandt is Exhibit 4D, commented in support of the proposed plan and the protection of farmland. Exhibit 4E is from Elaine Carpenter, commented on the importance of the plan, the need for infill and the protection of farmland. Exhibit 4F is Aaron Trent, commented in favor of protecting farmland and the proposed plan. And then Exhibit 4G is from Kurt Gregory, who commented on the need to preserve farmland. So there were some late exhibits. A number of them were provided to you in a memo. And that was sent to you on the 8th. And then the first one was 4H. That's from Ryan Goldrick from Conservation Votes for Idaho. Commented in support of the proposed plan and urges adoption of the plan in order to protect the local economy, open space, and quality of life. Exhibit 4I is from Laurel Scotsburg. It commented in favor of adopting the proposed plan and the need to protect agricultural industries, allow for controlled development in an appropriate manner, and improve roadways. Steve and Roxy Cardenas, Exhibit 4J, commented that growth needs to stop. Exhibit 4K is from Bittner Vineyards, commented in support of the proposed plan and the urgent need to protect agricultural livelihoods. Exhibit 4L is Emirate Farms, commented in favor of the proposed plan, the need to protect farmland, the impact development it has on farming operations, and provided recommended changes. Exhibit 4M is from Borton Lakeview Log, provided comment with suggested changes. That was one of the ones that was not included in the memo sent on the 8th, but is provided to you. Exhibit 4N is from Pure Idaho with presentation slides in support of the plan. Exhibit 4O is from Sunny Slope Wine Trail with presentation slides discussing collaboration. And then Exhibit 4P is from Claudia Haynes with questions on specific topics and suggestions. So those last four were provided to you this evening. So the decision options that you'll have on the 24th, the Planning and Zoning Commission may recommend approval of the OR 2022-0008 and repeal the 2020 comprehensive plan and adopt the proposed 2030 plan, or you may recommend denial, or you may continue the discussion and request additional information on items. Staff recommends the Planning and Zoning Commission open a public hearing and discuss case OR 2022-0008. Staff recommends the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners with the changes as recommended by staff and identified through the public hearing process. And staff has provided findings of fact, conclusions of law and order for your consideration on the 24th. Real quick, I'll talk about the next steps. So August 24th is the continuation of this hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The public hearing with the Board of the County Commissioners is tentatively scheduled on September 21st at 9 a.m. And the board will make a final decision on whether or not to repeal the 2020 plan and adopt the proposed 2030 plan. After the plan gets adopted, the staff will develop advisory committees to assist in ordinance updates to implement the plan, and then we'll begin work on action items. And then finally, I want to say thank you to everyone that has provided comments and feedback throughout the process of creating the proposed plan over the past 2 years. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Can you quickly summarize, and put you on the spot here, can you quickly summarize where people can find the plan if they haven't looked at the text already?
Oh, sure. So the plan is located, it's on the county website under Development Services. You'll go to Comprehensive Plan Update, and then there's a Growing Together page that has the plan. It also has a public outreach report. And we have a few copies.
A few copies here in the room as well.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
not enough, but.
Not enough. Other questions for staff? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions, Elizabeth. We dropped the airport facilities from the 2030 plan. If we get testimony recommending returning that, do we still have language in the 2020 plan that we can just quickly grab and reinsert, or is it going to be problematic if we try to recreate?
Through the chair, I can look through the 2020 plan. The 2020 plan didn't have any language for that. So what would happen is if you want to add public airports back into the comprehensive plan, you'd have to request it, and then we would have to work with ITD's aeronautics division to get an update for the plan.
Okay. On the soil classification, I'm wondering why you decided to draw the line at soil classified. The training that we received not too long ago from the Soil Conservation District basically summarized to the point that any land can be farmed if it's irrigated and has appropriate management practices applied to it. So was there a reason that you drew it at 5?
Is that, through the chair, are you referring to a chapter or the change that we staff is recommending?
This change that we've done with the last few.
So soil class 5, that was based on the comment received from, I believe it was Greenlee. But we can change that if the commission would feel more comfortable with that.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
Sure. Other questions? None? Okay. Does anyone have any objections to the late exhibits that we received both in the email memo and also provided to us this evening in print form? No objection. Okay. The record show the late exhibits have been entered into the record. Do you need a chance? Do you need time? Actually, so my proposal would be, since we're going to continue this hearing on August 24th, if you haven't had the opportunity to read it, we'll have time before August 24th. I'm going to go through it. Okay, thank you. I would ask the recording secretary also to note that Commissioner Sheets has joined us and is present, and will also provide, swear him in as we do public testimony at the same time.
My apologies for tardiness.
Not a problem. Okay, at this time, I'll read the list of names for people signed up on the witness list. What we're going to do, again, for efficiency, is I'm going to swear everyone in at once. So when I read your name, if you would just stand and please remain standing, and then we'll do it all at once. Okay, thank you. We'll start with Ron Bittner, in favor. Thank you, sir. Craig Davis, also in favor. Thank you, sir. Daryl Ford, neutral. You here, Mr. Ford? Okay, thank you. Mike Grimm, in opposition. Thank you, sir. Darren Taylor, in opposition. Mr. Taylor here this evening? Don't see him. I'll put a question mark. George Crookman, in favor. Thank you, sir. Katie Baker, in favor. Thank you. Beverly Emmert, in favor. Is she here? I can't see her. Ah, there you are. Sorry. Tim Christovich, in favor. Thank you, sir. Matt Wilkie, in opposition. Thank you, sir. Todd Lakey, in opposition. Thank you, sir. David Ferdinand, in opposition. Thank you. Doug Adams, neutral. Is Mr. Adams here? No, Mr. Adams? Okay, thank you. Question mark. Sid Freeman, in favor. Also question mark. Doug Gross, in opposition. Good, you're here? Feel free to shout at me. Thank you. William Werhane, in favor. Thank you, sir. Moving on. Cleon Hoagland, in opposition. Thank you, sir. Josie Erskine, in neutral. Thank you. Ryan McGoldrick, in favor. Thank you, sir. Forgive me, I hope I'm not repeating any of these because we've got a couple different ways of signing in. Amy Bittner, in favor. Thank you, ma'am. Jerry Smith, in favor.
Yep, sir.
Okay, thank you. Roberta Stewart, mostly in favor. There you go, thank you. I appreciate the note. And then I also received a handwritten note. David Ferdinand is here?
No.
Great, thank you, sir. Did I cover you before?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure that we won't repeat you. And Bill Werhane, also we mentioned earlier, and Mr. Lake, we also got previously. Okay, did I miss anyone that wished to testify this evening? Okay, if all of you would please raise your right hands. Recognizing that the law of Idaho prohibits perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You're all welcome to take a seat. And what we're going to do this evening, just for interest's sake, is we're going to mix up between people that are in favor, neutral, and opposition. That way it's not all positive and all negative. So with that, I'm going to start in the order that I read earlier. We'll start with Mr. Ron Bittner, testifying in favor.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So, thank you, sir. Just a couple housekeeping items. First of all, thanks for joining us. I remind you, you're under oath. If you could start with your name and address for the record, and then you start with 3 minutes. Okay, please go ahead.
Ron Bittner, 16645 Plum Road, in favor. I'll start with my 3 minutes. I hope I don't run over, but I want to give a 50-year perspective to work in agriculture in this valley. Grew up in Midvale, Idaho. Was fortunate enough to go to the College of Idaho, Purdue University, and Utah State University. After my last work at Utah State, I returned to Idaho, found some property along the Snake River Valley. San Chapelle was just building their winery and approached me about putting in some wine grapes for them. And so I've had 42 years of farming my 15 acres out there of wine grapes. I helped develop the Snake River Valley AVA, which is federal designation where we had to prove why our spot was unique in the country, why we could grow wine grapes there and it would be different than any other place. And we have stuck to that. 2006, I was chair of the National Wine Grape Growers of America. Spent a lot of time traveling this country looking at wine regions. Also spent time in Australia looking at wine regions. This area is unique and we need to protect it because the quality of our grapes that we grow here and the recognition we're getting, we need to protect. My daughter Amy will talk more about the running a small winery out in Sunset. Now I'm going to switch and put on my other hat. So I have a PhD in entomology. I've been studying pollination of seed crops and fruit crops for 40 plus years. I was at the University of Idaho's first extension specialist in 1976 on alfalfa seed production. In the early 80s, I went to work for Pioneer Hybrid International, traveled the world with them as their pollinator and integrated pest management specialist on seeds grown for their crops, specifically with alfalfa seed. And I've never retired. I still play with bees and wine. I currently sit on the board of the Pollinator Partnership. It's the largest 501c3 in the world protecting pollinators. We're in North America, Mexico, and Australia. So I want to talk a little bit about the bee aspect of why I'm speaking tonight. 2020, I wrote a special crop grant applying for funds to study the non-aphids, the non-honeybees we might find in Treasure Valley. This is a survey that hadn't been done before. This is in conjunction with Oregon State, Utah State, USDA, and College of Idaho, where we have a pollinator education room at the College of Idaho. So we started sampling bees on 15 different specialty crops grown in this valley. Were bees in those crops? Were they around? What would we find? Because nobody had ever done this before. And in the past 2 years, we have collected between 3,000 and 4,000 bees. Hated to depopulate the bee populations like that, but we needed to know what was here.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second.
Sure.
That was 3 minutes. How much more time do you need? And I'll ask the commission to extend the motion.
2 to 3 minutes.
Mr.
Chairman.
Commissioner Neville,
I move we give Mr. Bittner.
is there a second?
I second.
It's been motioned by Commissioner Neville, second by Commissioner Emerald to offer Mr. Bittner another 3 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Please go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, no problem. I appreciate the extra time. So over the last 2 years, we've been sampling bees throughout the valley. I had students from the College of Idaho, one teacher that works with us. And I was literally totally amazed that we're treating insects right now. We're at 2,500 types of bees that we have found in this valley. I worked with alfalfa seed bee cutting bees for 40 plus years, never realizing all these other bees were even here. Idaho has 700 kinds of bees that have been documented. So with this grant, and we're still about 6 months going on it, I was just blown away by what we're finding in the bees. But what shocked me was most of these are ground nesting bees. They nest 6 inches to 12 inches under soil. And over the last 2 years, and including yesterday with 2 hours worth of drone footage, we are eliminating those bees from this valley. And those bees are essential to the diversity of this valley, but they're essential to agriculture. It's free pollination. And though we don't know what all the crops they were going to, they were found in the vicinity of carrot seed, onion seed, alfalfa seed, coneflower seed. So we know they're out there. And I'm going to finish with that. I'm prepared to come back and give you a real lecture on the 24th. I've got slides, I've got documentation to show you if you'd like to see it at that time. But it's crucial that we protect overuse of urbanization, because this is an agricultural county over here. And I've traveled the world and I've seen a lot, but I've lived here and it's unique here. So thank you.
Great, thank you. If you'll stand, there may be some questions.
Sure.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bittner?
Yes, Jim.
Commissioner Neville?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bidmer, I just want to, I two different numbers, and I just want to make sure that I got the right number down. I heard you say you pinned 2,500 types of fees, and so I thought that was the type of fee, but then you said Idaho has 700 types of fees, so
Well,
clear that up for me.
okay, so we're getting my bee lecture, but anyway, there's 4,000 kinds of bees in the U.S., one honeybee. My specialty are the other kinds of bees. There are 4 or 5 kinds of bees a farmer can buy, a leaf cutter bee, an alkali bee, the orchard bees. So there's 700 species identified in Idaho. We haven't identified all the species yet, we just collected, and we've been pinning them up. I have a taxonomist from the Bee Lab in Logan who will be up here in the next few months to identify those bees. And so that's where we stand on it right now. Are they all, there's at least 10 or 15 species, but some of them are more prevalent than others, not tracks.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Sheets?
Hi, hey, thanks for coming. Just curious if any of these bees are listed species, are they threatened, endangered, anything like that?
No, not at this time. I don't anticipate that. They're just there and fun and free. We don't have excess of bumblebees or some bumblebees that can look with that condition.
Anyone else? Okay, thanks for joining us.
Sure.
Next we'll go to Craig Davis, also in favor. Thanks for joining us, sir. I remind you you're under oath. Name and address for the record, please, and you can also start with 3 minutes.
Okay, Craig Davis, 14251 Frost Road, Caldwell. I am a winery owner and a vineyard owner and also the president of the Sunny Slope Wine Trail. We have, I guess, a slideshow, if we can start that. I want to give you a little bit of education on the wine trail, what we have going in Canyon County. Next slide. So we have 28 different wineries and vineyards in Canyon County. There are 40 some in the in Idaho, but a lot of the wineries when I talk about the wineries today, I'm not talking about the ones that are in Boise or Eagle or Garden City. I'm just talking about the ones in the Sunny Slope area, just west of Lake Lowell. And I can't see that, so I'm going to pull it up on my phone. But if you want to go to the next slide. Okay, so let's see here. So I'm going to just give you a 30,000 foot level view of Sunny Slope and the wineries that we have out here. As one of the fastest growing winery regions in the United States, we're growing at a rate of about 30% per year, which is incredible. If you compare it to any other wine region, most are flat right now. We have over 100,000 visitors every year to our wineries. We have 800 acres of grapes right now. And we have, like I said, 17 wineries and 26 wineries and vineyards together. We have hundreds of direct and thousands of indirect employees that are employed from the wine region. Some of the employees are working in the vineyards and in the wineries, but others are working in fertilizer places and factory shops and, like farm equipment supply places. We ship wine all over the world, all over the United States. We've, as Ron mentioned, we've won awards internationally and nationally on the wines that come out of this area. We've been written about and won awards in like Wine Spectator and so forth. So we're really up and coming. So next slide. This kind of shows where we're at economically and what the impact is that we have on Canyon County. The bottom of these graphs shows you what the bottle sales portion of our revenue is, and the top part of the graph shows you the economic impact to Canyon County. So in 2016, we had $22.4 million in bottle sales. That had an economic impact in the county of $112 million. This is 2016. Again, just the wineries in Canyon County. That second number, the 112, is the impact of the restaurants and hotels, shops, hardware stores, farm equipment, and so forth. This 2 years ago, we grew from 22.4 to $56 million in revenue in bottle sales. But the economic impact of that was $280 million.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Davis. How much time do you need?
Probably another 3 minutes.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Williamson,
I'll move to give Mr. Davis another 3 minutes.
is there a second? Second. It's been motioned by Commissioner Williamson and seconded by Commissioner Sheets to extend another 3 minutes to Mr. Davis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you. Please
Okay,
continue.
all right, thank you. So just to finish this, by 2027, if we even reduce our growth rate to 20%, we're going to have an $835 million impact to the county in 2027, 5 years. Right now, the projection, if we get 30%, it would be a lot more than that, but we're trying to be really conservative with the numbers here. Next slide is going to show you why, and I wish I could blow that up a little bit, but that map there is an Idaho, or the US grow map. And down in the bottom left of it, that's Idaho. Bottom left there, there's a little light green area just west of Boise. And I'll send you one in another slide. I guess you have a printout of it. But it shows you our grow zone. We have a grow zone here that's a month longer even than Boise. So we have 2 months in the spring and 2 months in the fall that Boise doesn't have. That gives us enough grow zone, grow time to grow the grapes that we grow out there. We can't grow these grapes anywhere else in the state. There are some places up north where they grow grapes, but we are in a very unique place. We have the slopes, we have the soil, and we have the climate that we need to grow the grapes that we grow. We can't relocate somewhere else and have the same impact. So we need to stay where we're at. This farmland is very important to us. Next slide. So here are the points of risk that I think the comprehensive plan helps us with. We're very supportive of what Elizabeth and Canyon County Development has done. What we see right now is, we have 800 acres of grapes. We're going to need 2,400 acres of grapes by 2027. So we're going to need this land to plant more grapes. There's another thing that is overlooked, and it's hard to put a number on it, but wine regions need to have the aesthetic appeals that they have. If you go to Napa Valley or Walla Walla or Paso Robles, you have an aesthetic there. There's people want to get out of town. They want to go to a destination. Otherwise, they're just going to go to the wineries in Boise, and people from Utah and Arizona and Washington, they don't come here just because we have good wine. They want to have the views that they have out here. And another thing that's a risk for us is the traffic. Right now, 55 is already getting very congested. If any of you live out off of 55, it takes forever to get anywhere. So just to highlight the importance of agritourism, the next slide. So it is an economic engine that every year is going to be generating hundreds of millions of dollars for Canyon County. If we cut that off by getting rid of our ag land, it's going to have a serious impact on the economy here. There's also a revenue stream there from out-of-state visitors. So we're bringing money into the state rather than sending it out. Grapes are also providing a crop alternative to other crops that are not doing so well, that they're not making as much money. We would encourage farmers to plant more grapes. That would be great for all of us. And then there's just the mental health benefit of offering a destination for getting out of town, getting away from the city. And we want to be able to pass this land on to our ancestors. So that's kind of the benefit if we can turn this ag land or keep this ag land in place. The comprehensive plan does a good job of that for very supportive of it. I'll pass on my last 2 slides. See if there's any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Always appreciate the preparation. Well done. Next, we'll go to Daryl Ford in neutral testimony. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Ford. I remind you you're under oath. If you could start with your name and address, you'll also have 3 minutes.
My name is Daryl Ford. I live at 16313 Frost Road. And I didn't want to give testimony today. I wanted to wait till the 4th. So I didn't expect it. So
Sir, would you prefer just to join us again on the 24th?
Yes.
Why don't we do that? We'll have you re-sign in.
Already
No problem at all. Thanks for coming. We've got Mike Grimm in opposition. Sir, I also remind you you're under oath. Name and address for the record. You also have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Mike Grimm. I live at 17434 North Endurance Avenue in Nampa. I apologize, I did not prepare any slides or have the vast bee knowledge that Mr. Binder does. Maybe someday. I'm here on behalf of the Snake River Valley Building Contractors Association as a associate board member. We've reviewed with our legal counsel the comprehensive plan, pretty in depth, of course, and I think you'll hear testimony from our legal counsel later. And probably the biggest thing that he's going to say, and that we've all kind of agreed, is that things need to slow down. We understand growth is insane right now. I mean, I'm a Canyon County kid, born and raised right here, graduated Caldwell High School. So I understand what agriculture means to all of us. I also understand what we need to have in place to keep that agriculture alive. We've got to have more people buying stuff. We've got to have, more houses keeping the lights on in these buildings, paying wages. But I think the biggest thing that, like I said, we need to focus on is slow down with this plan. I don't think there needs to be a push to get it finalized by the end of the year, much less, I believe Elizabeth said October was the plan right now. I don't think we need to have it finalized by then. I think it needs to be really looked at. One of the things we see as builders, developers, even real estate agents is when we're looking at this map, there's a lot of areas that I personally see that I would say it should be worked on a case-to-case basis. Every building out there, every building, in Sunny Slope or Parma or Greenleaf or wherever, that was at one time more than likely a farm for us. And we've incorporated those. City of Notice was probably all one potato farm at one time. So I think we need to really look at that on a case-by-case basis, really. Prime example, I had a piece of property in Parma on Market Road. It was not, they say anything can be farmed, but it was not farmable. I had farmers that I took the property to try to unload it. I took it to them and they laughed at me and said, we're not touching it. It had been an old homestead, had multiple foundations and slabs and different things on it that were, EPA would have really thrown up a fight to even, allow somebody to farm that. So like I said, I think case-by-case basis would be ideal. That particular parcel I tried to call, it was 40 acres. I tried to call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grimm, how much more time would you need?
2 seconds.
Please.
No, personally, I tried to call staff to find out if we could divide that. Like I said, it was 40 acres. I wanted to call staff to find out if we could divide that and do something more profitable with it. And before I even got the words out of my mouth, it was straight no.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan, for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Emerald.
I just wonder if you could identify the case-by-case basis. So you're saying, so if it's in an agriculture area, then we need to consider that building in your case? Or?
I would think so. Yeah, when we're talking about, of course, I come from the aspect of development. When we're talking about developments, whether it's industrial or commercial or even residential development, I think we need to really look at the land and evaluate, what its highest and best use is.
So let me ask you another question. What do you think about this leapfrogging effect that we can run into if we do something like this?
I think and that's a tough one, I apologize, but I think that if we, this is a 10-year plan, if we slow that plan and we incorporate, say that areas of impact and say, okay, this, Greenleaf's gonna be an area of impact for Caldwell. Eventually, we don't need to leap all the way out there, but, if we help point direction to builders, developers, landowners, whoever it may be, I think that might help some of that.
You feel the plan does not do that today?
Through the chair, I remind the commissioners to speak into the microphones. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
So I guess I'm gonna be like Commissioner Emerald and kind of want to nitpick on this case-by-case basis, to use that example of the house of foundation. And I would think even with the proposed plan, that as long as you provided the evidence of, well, we want to break off a portion of this 40 because of the EPA issues and there's existing foundations and whatnot, I do believe it's in there. We do have currently an ordinance that's in effect for non-viable farmland for additional splits and stuff. So I think that might handle that, but you do have a valid point of there should be allowances for case by case, but that's the burden of proof of the applicant to show that.
It is, yes.
And sometimes that isn't proven very well.
Yeah, and I think we can, I think we should.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Grimm, I want to ask you to explain your recommendation in a little bit more detail. You recommend that we slow the process down. Some would argue it's been pretty slow. Staff's been working on it semi-continuously for over 3 years. What would be different if we were to slow this down? What additional process, public outreach, input would you recommend if we were to slow the process down and reconsider it before passing it on to the Board of County Commissioners?
I have heard multiple times from different sources, different people, that there's been a discussion of establishing committees, multiple committees countywide of citizens to go over these thoughts and these ideas and maybe go over the plan a little bit more in depth. I think that would be probably a smart move, is to allow some of us to get together, sit down once a month or whatever we need to do and go over that. I mean, and not to, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but personally, and strictly personally, it's not from a professional standpoint, I see a commissioner and a half that are trying to get their stamp of approval on this and get it done, to leave their mark on the county before their careers are over at the end of the year.
Okay. And then, in your mind, what would be an appropriate timeline?
I think letting, we have new commissioners coming in. Let the new commissioners take a look at that. Let them maybe make the final decision and say, okay, we agree with all that. Of course, they may have changes as well. And, I hope that they've been working on these and that they would be part of the committees if those were formed. Okay,
thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
Because you brought up the committees, this is kind of a what came first, chicken or egg. These committees that are proposed can't, at least the way that they're written, they can't come into effect until we adopt the ordinance. Because at least with talking with Elizabeth about this, because I've been very curious about these committees and I think they'd be a good idea. Yeah. So are you thinking that we should, I don't know, and that might be something staff would have to clarify, is with these committees setting up a new ordinance to allow these committees to help with developing this. Whereas with the way that it's proposed, we get this approved and then we can hammer out the details and these committees can then start making changes and recommendations. It's after the fact, but we can also see, okay, we got this new piece of equipment, what's working, what's not working, and we can try and fix things that are not working after we get it going. So what I guess what would you prefer is doing potentially an ordinance to allow, or however the mechanism would be for the county to allow.
And that's what I don't understand, is how staff would be able to address that either. So I really don't like. I would think it would be something that should have been in place a long time ago. I mean, long before my time.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Did Mr. Darren Taylor join us this evening? Okay, we'll keep moving along. George Kirkman. Kirkham, I'm so sorry. No problem. Thank you for joining us, sir. I remind you under oath, if you start with your name and address for the record, you'll also have 3 minutes.
George Kirkham, 706 Willow Falls Court, Caldwell. I am the CEO of Kirkham Company. My thanks to PSD, P&Z, and the county for spending 3 arduous years in evaluating and updating an outdated plan. Kirkham Company, we've been around for 111 years. We are 4 generations, 5 generations. And in those 5 generations, we've supported hundreds of families. We've helped see the county through world wars, 2 world wars, several wars, a Great Depression, several recessions, a Great Recession, and we helped see the county and the state through the housing bubble burst of 2008. We've helped build schools, churches, parks, hospitals, a YMCA, a plaza, swimming pool, and countless other projects. We've developed and supported numerous youth activities. We've supported education at all levels. We pumped $1 billion over our existence here into this county. And we paid millions of dollars in taxes. The only reason we could do this is because we were good stewards of farmland to make this possible. Now, while building houses does give you a quick shot on the arm of adrenaline, and it does pay good wages, most of those raw materials come from out of state. Of our billions of dollars that we've sold here, 95% of that comes from out of state. We are a basic industry. Now, a lot of these builders and developers, they're from out of county, they're from out of state. When they win their windfall, their monies are going to go elsewhere for developments and great projects. As everybody knows, residential development does not cover their service costs. Agriculture does. We help fill that deficit and the industry associated with it. So when we pave over all this farmland and we're forced to move out through spot development and fragmentation, who's going to pick up that tax deficit? Other homeowners? Who will support those local activities and build those parks? Who will be there to pick up the pieces when another housing bust happens? Production of food is a national security issue. We have already become dependent upon other countries for our computer chips and other products. Let's not do the same with our food supply. Other countries, and I've traveled the world probably as extensively as Mr. Bittner here, they take their food supply very seriously. We have a war going on in Ukraine. One of the major reasons for that invasion was food and fertilizer. In 2020, a survey was taken, and it showed more than 80% of the county residents supported the protection of farmland. This is financially in our long-term best interest. Allowing a minority of actors to act in their own best interest and destroy our ag economy and our economy in general makes no financial sense. I do think the A12 additions are a fabulous idea.
Sorry, how much more time?
One more sentence.
Please continue.
Okay, and I appreciate Commissioner Neville talking about the change in the soil type. We can farm all kinds of soils. We have the technology, we have the expertise. We also have need of that soils for root crops and seed crops. I stand for questions now. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheets? No? Anyone else? Yeah, I've got a quick question for you. I know I've seen you at multiple public meetings, talked to you on a number of different occasions. Appreciate your support for the plan. Is there anything in here that you think could be changed, adjusted, optimized based upon the current revision?
No, I think you've done a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Staff has done a great job as well too. Thank you for your time.
Katie Baker? Thanks for joining us, Ms. Baker. And Ms. Baker is speaking in favor of the plan. I remind you under oath, if you'll please start with your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. You're welcome to pull that microphone down if that would be more comfortable.
I'm short.
That's not what I said, ma'am.
But I already am aware. Katie Baker, 4021 Irving Street, Boise, Idaho, 83706.
Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. My name, as I said, is Katie Baker. I'm the Executive Director of FAIR Idaho, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today to you all, and then really take the time to learn more about the importance of agriculture from the sea of beautiful green over here. So thanks. FAIR is an acronym. It stands for Food, Agriculture, Restaurants, and Establishments. We are a nonprofit trade association that was really born out of the pandemic. And so we were born out of the pandemic to advocate on behalf of independent food and beverage businesses across the state of Idaho. And so we are, sorry, I'm getting a little bit caught up here. I'm a nervous public speaker and I'm working through it. So, and so we're, like I mentioned, advocating on behalf of our food system from field to fork, and that everything starts with agriculture. So within our organization, we have farmers, ranchers, food and beverage producers. So a lot of the wineries and Sunny Slopes are members of FAIR, and then also independent restaurants and retailers. So really the local food system. And FAIR Idaho supports the 2030 comprehensive plan. Do you mind the next slide? Thank you. I just wanted to throw this picture in because this is a farm that we highlighted in Caldwell. This is Deborah Bruner with Little Cow Mountain, and she's one of the farms that is a part of FAIR Idaho. We represent over 300 businesses across Idaho and 16 businesses here in Canyon County, and that's Chris from the Chop Shop, who sources a lot of local food. So I took the goals and then thought, how can FAIR actually potentially help? So really supporting farmers and support the promotion of the significance of agriculture through educational initiatives. I can attest, as many of us have been all getting together and really trying to understand how we can help support this comprehensive plan. And I know that FAIR Idaho can do that within our network, but also I can attest that there's a group of individuals and organizations that are here to help educate the members of or the community in Canyon County, and it can truly be a team effort. Thanks. So protecting agricultural lands was one of the goals for long-term agricultural production from the encroachment of non-agricultural uses. FAIR members living in Canyon County are truly essential as part of a larger food system, but act as individual contributors to support the local economy. And I think Craig had spoke to that very well. It's critical that we implement the first goal and to protect farmland for agricultural production purposes. I was thinking as I sat on Amy and Ron Bittner's deck, and we were talking.
Sorry, Dr. How much time do you need?
How about 2 more minutes?
And Commissioner Neville, before you make your motion, I remind you she's representing a group.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman,
Please continue.
I move that we give FAIR more minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Neville has recommended we provide another 3 minutes. Commissioner Sheets has seconded the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you. So I was sitting on their deck and it was gorgeous. And we were talking about native bees and just getting to know one another. And I look over and there's vineyards everywhere and there's slopes and it's just beautiful. And there's workers out in the field and bees are buzzing all around me. And Amy and Ron had mentioned that there was a plot of land that was adjacent to their property that was just front and center off their deck. And that property was for sale for 2 years. It was zoned for 1 house, but advertised for 15 homes. And I think if a development had gone into that piece of land, how that would be such a detriment to not only the natural landscape that everyone appreciates when they head out to that region, but also to the business owners that have been working that land, as Ron had said, for 42 years. And I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you. And then supporting farmers and enhancing local farmland, encourage soil and water stewardship to ensure that agriculture remains as essential and sustainable part of Canyon County's future. The majority of FAIR members are most likely to implement practices that protect soil health and conserve our water. We're really fortunate in that regard, and that we have some very forward-thinking farmers are part of our organization. So I want to thank you today for taking the time to listen to everyone, and I'd be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Williamson.
I just want to clarify, you said that you would be supportive in assisting in goal 5. I'm guessing that's out of chapter 12, the agricultural chapter.
Yeah, just the education piece
Just wanted
of
to
it.
clarify that for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Colorful slides. Well done. Beverly Emmert. Testifying in favor. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. And you're welcome to adjust that microphone, regardless of your height.
I'm a short person.
I remind you, you're under oath. Name and address for the record, please, and we'll start you in 3 minutes.
I'm Beverly Emmert, 7180 Beaumont Road, Nampa. My name is Beverly Emmert. My husband Chris and I and our 2 sons farm approximately 800 acres south of Nampa. We farm off the south side, Beaumont Track and Deer Flat. Our family has been farming our ground since 1918, over 100 years. We've been farming and growing seed crops for 75 of those years. Currently, we grow the seed crops corn, carrots, onions, beans, and wheat. We also grow mint and hay and raise registered Black Angus cattle. Overall, we are in favor of the comp plan draft. We appreciate all the work that's been done on it for years. However, there are a few points that we'd like to address in the draft. Please see my letter. It is Exhibit 4L. I hope you have that in front of you. I had so much more to say than I could say in 3 minutes, so I tried to include a lot of it in the letter. Please support the components of this comp plan draft that keep residential development away from ag land. Every day, more houses go in. Every residence that goes in jeopardizes ag in Canyon County, and I'm going to tell you how that happens here later. As the residential density increases, it becomes more and more difficult for us to sustain our farming operations. And we have experienced this firsthand. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. Our conflicts include, number 1, the traffic. It has been huge. It has increased exponentially in the last few years, especially off of Southside Boulevard and Beaumont Road. It has resulted in an increase in speeding, running stop signs, illegal passing into oncoming traffic, failure to let wide machinery pass, that kind of thing, giving right of way. It's been a big safety risk, and even our employees talk about that. There's often talk of near misses. Number 2, there's been a loss of isolation for us. We have uncooperative new neighbors at times who refuse to give us isolation needed for growing seed crops such as corn. We even offer them the year we have to ask for that. If it's near the field or near where their house is, that field is near where their house is. We even offer them all the sweet corn they want to eat. We plant a plot for that reason, so people can have all they need to put up or whatever they want to do, because we want to be good neighbors, and we try to ask them very nicely, and some people just tell us, even with really bad language, no. So that results in a loss of crop rotation for us and soil conservation techniques. Just in this past year, we had 2 new homes, $1 million homes, 2 new homes right up against our property within 300 feet of one of our fields. And if we have to put corn in there next year, we're going to have a problem. Because if they want to grow a garden and they want to grow seed corn and they don't want to let us have isolation rights, we're going to have a problem with that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, how much more time do you need?
Maybe 3 more minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Neville. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Neville and second by Commissioner Williamson to offer another 3 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sorry, ma'am, please continue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Number 3, there's been an increase in trespassing on our property. And if you look at the exhibit letter, there's even more examples there. But One, neighbor's dogs on our property, chasing our pregnant cattle through the fence, also running through and digging up seeds that have been planted and small plants, ruining corrugates, causing flooding in the fields. Recently, there were kids from a nearby subdivision that tampered with the headgate on Track Road in the East Madden Canal. It took truckloads of topsoil to repair the damage caused by the water. According to Chuck Johnson, Division III Boise Project Board of Control, and I quote him, "We are dealing with that kind of thing more and more," unquote. Number 4, there's been increased safety issues and risk issues. We have a neighbor who shoots out into our field and has pinged our tractors. We have nearby neighbors who shoot off fireworks near or dry our wheat fields. There's been an increase in complaints, the noises, the smells, our bees. We rented 60 million bees for pollination this year for our crops, and they fly within a 2-mile radius of their hives, and residents complain. So, and certainly our water supply is also a very big concern for us. We are concerned about the amount of water that all these people moving here from this building houses for them to live, and the 100,000 people that are projected to move here by 2030, what that is going to do to our water supply and everyone else who already lives in the county and is working here and living here. Clearly, more residential development in ag areas results in more problems and more detriments to ag production. Farms simply can't survive amidst congestion. We need wide open spaces to support sound farming practices and rural roads that allow us slow-moving vehicles, wide vehicles, in order for our farms to operate. I'm not going to go into the other part about why this land is so special, but it is. It's unique to the world. It would be a travesty for even one more acre of land to go into residential. We need this plan, and we need it now. We can't wait any longer. We can't keep farming and keep coming to all these meetings and defending our right to do it. We should be out on the combine. My husband is here off the combine tonight because this is too important. That's where he should be, is combining grain tonight. We can't keep this up. And every time someone in the area wants to build, we have to come to a meeting and we have to testify against it. We need at this level for you guys to make those decisions that are going to protect us. Thank you for your time. Our family really appreciates what all of you do for us and what you do on our behalf. I'd love to answer any questions you might have, because I did have a lot to say, and most of it's in the letter, but there's more too. So, any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we'll start with Commissioner Emerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have water is always an issue. That's for sure, and we talk about it a lot here and think about it a lot. I was just wondering, have you had any shortages on your farm? Current shortages?
You mean because of wells that were dug recently?
Yes.
No, not yet.
And so my next question, do you irrigate mostly with surface water?
We have some irrigation wells, and then we irrigate off the Mora Canal.
Okay. All right. Thank
Did
you.
I answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams.
Mrs. Emmer, so I got a couple of questions.
Okay.
So I do permanent crops versus seed crops that you change out every year. So this is a little bit outside my wheelhouse.
Okay.
And Mr. Lakey may end up expanding a little bit on this too, as I'm sure he's familiar with this. But you talk about isolation rights and needing distance from other corn grown in the area to have your seed. And I understand the logic behind all that. Is that not something that's protected under the Right to Farm Act that was passed?
I do not know the answer to that, but our problem with, yes, we are a right to farm state, but do we have to take all of our neighbors to court to get anything done? We don't have the time or the money to do that. And the two houses that were built, there's a picture of them in my exhibit letter, the two very tall, large houses that were built at the end of our property are within 300 feet, approximately 300 feet of our field. We did not even get a notice because that split was actually included like in an admin split. So there was no notice of, we did not even know our neighbor had sold it. He did not let us know. We saw the foundation going in and called the neighbor. And then a couple of months later, another foundation went in and it was the second house. there was nothing there to stop them from building their home within that close of a proximity of our fields.
And then my other question is, I didn't print off your letter, I remember reading it,
Okay.
but could you, for my benefit, I think there were some specific changes that you, in your letter, had made for
Yes.
recommendations. Could you
You want me to read those?
quickly read them off as best you can?
I'd be happy to read those to you. P12.04.01, page 84, encourage new development adjacent to agricultural areas to be designed to minimize conflicts with agricultural uses. And we would like the word require here. We feel like encourage is not strong enough to protect the ag land. If you have children, you know, we can encourage all we want, but until we do something about it, nothing happens. And my example was the new two-story houses built 300 feet from our field, and we're gonna have issues with isolation, but also we're concerned that there may be some issues with the spray plane usage as well. That there won't be enough room for them to ascend and descend carefully. The second point was agritourism, an intensive agricultural map on page 31. We need this map in order to preserve ag land. I know there's been negative feedback about it, but we feel like it's important to identify that land for what it is exactly. That is exactly what it is, and it needs to be identified as such. The people we know of that we've spoken to that don't want it to be identified are the people that are really interested in developing it into residential. G9.02.00, page 68, expand outdoor recreation offerings and access in Canyon County. From our perspective, living off of Southside Boulevard and trying to farm there and off of Beaumont Road, our roads are already overrun with campers and ATVs on the weekends. Traffic is congested. Everybody is trying to leave the crowded areas that are now Nampa and other places in the Treasure Valley. They're traveling south to the Snake River, Owyhee County, and the Owyhee Mountains. And we just ask that you be mindful and consider the traffic aspect of any of these new recreational offerings and accesses before you expand them. Definitely, people need to be looking at the traffic and how it's affecting the people who are actually living and working there already. 5.01.04, page 35. Encourage subdivisions over 15 lots to install community water systems. We would like the word require here as well, because if we end up having these residential subdivisions, as you would call it, I don't know what 15 individual wells out where we are is going to do to our water. It seems to me there has to be something in there, and I don't know that much about the water and about the subdivision planning, but there has to be something in there that protects the people that are already there in their water systems. And that was the last one, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mrs. Emmer. Like one last follow-up question then. I think this is, again, I didn't print this off, so I apologize, and I appreciate Elizabeth giving me a copy here. But yeah, so I have my original question actually was based off of, where'd you come up with the 15 lot number? Is that just?
It actually was in the draft.
It was in the draft, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's actually, that 15.01.04, page 35 is actually right in there.
Okay, because there've been other people that have come and said like even 2 homes or 5 homes should have a community well, so I was just kind of curious. Okay, you're just taking one step at a time. Right.
Yeah, we were just going off of what was in there. We've been through it with a fine tooth comb and just were trying to see if there was anything that we felt like needed to be changed a little bit. But mostly we want stronger language. We don't feel like encourage is strong enough.
We appreciate the specific recommendations. It helps us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Before you go, any other questions? Mr. Chairman. You're very popular. Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about the problems with your words, bad neighbors,
Yeah.
neighbors that are problems.
Yes.
And in some of the meetings that we had in working on the comp plan, people complained about neighbors from specific areas. So people moving in from California. Does it make any difference if they move in from California or from Boise or from Nampa? What I'm getting at is it the individual, or is it this, suddenly there's a house where there used to be a farm?
I don't know if I can answer that or not, and be fair about it. Our issue is the very presence of a residence right near our property affects us greatly. Even that property, if it's miles away, if their traffic is coming down our road and keeping us from being safe on our road, I have an issue with that too. For me, I guess it doesn't matter where they come from, because it could be someone who originally lived 5 miles away and then they bought the plot right up against our field and now they won't let us have isolation. So I guess the answer to your question would probably be, I don't think it matters where they come from. Neighbors can be stinkers no matter where they're coming from.
Commissioner Villafana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Everett, I have a question regarding what you do with your unproductive land. We get cases where the argument is, well, this ground isn't productive, it won't produce anything, no matter how we till it, what kind of fertility program we use, it's not gonna work. What do you do with your unproductive ground or less productive ground? Do you graze it? Do you farm soils worse than a class 5? Please tell us a little bit about what you do with the less productive ground.
Well, there's a myriad of things you can do. Yes, we do graze it. We also have a rocky hill. We call it the Rocky Hill. That's where we store our bees. It's a great place for the bees to be stored. We also store equipment on some of that ground. You can put sheds and outbuildings there as well. That is not a huge issue for us, because on a farm, you work as a whole. You integrate all the land you have, whether there's an acre that is maybe what you would determine is less viable, you still work it in to work with the whole. That's a part of the comp plan that we struggle with, because when you start selling off those little pieces and you fragment, it really does affect the farm as a whole.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Interesting discussion. Now let's turn to Matt Wilkie, testifying in opposition. Mr. Wilkie, we see you regularly. Thanks for joining us this evening. I remind you of your oath, name and address for the record, please, and then you'll start with 3 minutes.
Matt Wilkie, PO Box 7, Middleton, Idaho. Thank you for your time tonight. Thanks everyone for being here. Wish I had a green shirt on. I come from a farm background myself, and I raise cattle, so I've been all that. Understand the concerns. Our largest tractor is a 9 series gear, 15.5 feet wide, and definitely people get out of my way if I get them out there where they get squished. Anyway, moving on. This map, I really feel like it's a disservice to the county and the public. Somebody just took a big green crayon and wiped out all the future development potential surrounding the impact areas. We don't have any industrial, commercial, or residential next to the impact areas on this proposed future land use map. On policy, consider the impact of, okay, sorry about that. Policy 2.01.01, plan for anticipated population. Where is the plan? Are we just not going to develop in the county here in the future? And then policy P4.03.01, designate a supply of developable industrial, commercial, and residential land while protecting ag. I'm all for protecting our class 1 and 2 soils on ag ground. I was also at the presentation from the Canyon Soil Conservation District, heard Richardson speak. He said he would recommend keeping everything farmland if it were class 1 and 2 soils. So I'm kind of concerned why all of a sudden I'm seeing class 5 and 4 soils written into this new comp plan. You can farm a granite rock and plant a tree in a crack. You put a little soil in that crack. Doesn't mean that's viable soil or viable farm ground. I've seen a lot of work take place to make ground farmable, Usually you're subsidizing that bad farm ground as a farmer with your good ground. And as farmers, we always try to do the best job we can because we always like to look good from the road everybody drives by. So I see this as more of a diabolical scheme to limit the growth of the county, to allow the cities to encroach into our viable flat farm ground. To me, I would think it would be a better plan to have residential around our city impact areas in the county in a future plan, so we could develop that ground in the county, larger 1-2 acre lots that would still use surface water, it would still add to our aquifer, and it would actually make it a lot less economically viable for the city to spread into our county areas and take up that land that's already been developed into a county unincorporated area. Cities aren't going to want to spread through residential areas in the county because it's just not economically viable to bring sewer through and try to pick up a bunch of different parcels from people that are buying land. So I don't understand why our past future land use map is just thrown out. It's like the slate was like completely clean. That one actually followed a lot of our core soil types quite well. For instance, on Lower Pleasant Ridge Road and Beach Road on that corner, on the northwest corner, that ground was future industrial. That's in the Greenleaf impact area, and it's still future industrial and impact area of Greenleaf. But yet, this latest plan that's been taken out, now it's showing as ag.
How much time do you need?
Could we get a few more minutes?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sheets.
Move that we give Mr. Wilkie an additional 3 minutes.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. It's been motion by Commissioner Sheets and second by Commissioner Emerald. Mr. Wilkie, another 3 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you very much. Also, we're showing in the very northwest corner of the county, there's a 675 acre rural residential zoning in that area, or maybe residential, I'm not sure, it's R1 or RR. That's no longer shown on the proposed future land use map. Neither is the 400 or about 380 acre residential zone south of Lake Lowell off the lake shore. That's actually had a agritourism exclusive ag overlay put over it. And I know for a fact that nobody in the county has talked to the landowner there or the landowner on North Pleasant Ridge and Wheats Road to change that overlay. I don't think we're being represented well, a lot of our landowners in the county. It doesn't really make sense to take away our development rights outside our city impact areas to allow the cities to grow. They're not going to care, the city's not going to care whether it's class 1 or 2 soils, that's never going to come up. If you're contiguous to a city, whether you're in an impact area or wherever, the city's going to want to annex that property, and if you have a way to get sewer and water there. The only real way I see to protect your farm ground outside these cities is to develop more residential, lower density uses that utilize that surface water. And then our 1 or 2 acre lands that are part of our lots that you have a home on, we can grow quite a few crops on there, even though they're small, it's still an ag use. On my 3.3 acre property in Middleton, I have about an acre of pasture that uses surface water. I have a 1/10 of an acre. I grow 1,250 years of sweet corn on every year, pumpkins, cucumbers, and that's just a 1/10 of an acre. Also have a fishing pond in the back, about a 1/2 acre, and a barn with 6 stalls. That's a very rural property and a very ag use. So even though we're small in these rural properties, they're still very ag related, and you have a higher chance of having kids in your FFA programs and that will benefit our ag community. Once you get into the city, that's getting paved over, you're losing your surface water going into the aquifer. You're just going to lose your rural heritage. And having a plan like this is kind of deceiving to the public. They're going to look at this map and go, hey, it's all supposed to be ag. They're going to show up and force and fight all your rezones, if you're contiguous to a city. And we're going to be kind of the same boat we're in or worse, upsetting not only the farmers in our community, but the developers and everybody else. So I think we, like as Mr. Grimm stated, I think we need to really come together and make a better plan here and really see what the impact of wiping out all our potential development in the unincorporated areas is going to do for a long-term county plan, because right now, shutting down your county growth is just giving it to the cities. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson. Mr. Wilkie, on the easel here, Mr. Chairman, could I borrow the laser, of course?
So you mentioned that there's no, I'm using Middleton as an example here because it works with what I'm about to say. So you're saying like, I know the old plan, it was talking about, a lot of residential future development out this way. Right. But this darker green zone, if you look right here, that's supposed to be that residential ag transition, which would fit in with what you're kind of talking about. So are you saying that you want to see more of that darker green going further around?
I'd like to see the yellow, and the reason is I like that 1 and 2 acre average. We already have a transitional density with the county with residential. You don't go that low density in the city. Middleton has R3, and that's really low density for a city. I think we should encourage our cities to up their densities. So once they pave all that ground over and go into the city, we aren't, they're just going to spread out across that land that they've taken up in those prime farm ground areas because it flows well for sewer, because it's level and flat. It's good for farmers, it's good for cities. They need to be doing a better job and building higher density in these cities so they quit spreading out to our farm areas.
Well, and I believe we're part of that residential ag transition area is basically just changing the name of rural residential, so it'd still be that 2 acre lot size. You could potentially say that there might be 5 acre lots in there, but I believe the idea is that darker green is supposed to be residential, that residential agriculture transition is supposed to be 2 acre lots, which is the same thing as the current rural residential zone.
Yeah,
so would that be an issue? Basically we're just changing the name.
Yeah, I'd like to see R1 still be a viable option in that area. Anything in yellow, I don't agree with those larger lot sizes. Once you get over 2 acres, it becomes quite a job to maintain that kind of ground, and a lot of people don't have that kind of energy, especially if they get home from work. It ends up being weed patches and stuff like that.
But then there's been a lot of people that have said that we've had people come to hearings saying that 5 acre lots are doable and would be preferable. And you've been in some of these hearings as well, we've heard that, and so.
Yeah, but I think that transitional stage, if it was further out, away from the impact areas, it'd make more sense. That you're literally contiguous on that. Take Middleton, for instance. That city limits right up against the impact area. So you're 3 and 1 acre south of Purple Sage, and just north, you just want to go to a transitional 2 to 5 acre average. That's the landowners here will probably want to annex into the city, whether or not that shows county. Like you guys won't want to. You may not want to approve a development here in the county for R1 or 2 acre averages or 5 acre averages, but I think the city would love to jump across and grab some more land. If not, Middleton and Star's coming this way too. So these cities don't care about the county comp plan map. They're going to annex in whatever's economically viable and whatever they can sewer and water because it makes sense for the city. The more projects and people you have in the city, the more you have for taxes. So more rooftops, more commercial, just goes hand in hand. So we can bring our cities up more density to slow their growth out into the county, give us time in the county to build up our unincorporated developments. And then further south, when you get further out in the ag ground, I like those ideas, especially when you don't have we may have some aquifer concerns in certain areas possibly come up. I know south in Milwaukee County, that's why you don't see a lot of big developments down there, because there's just not a lot of groundwater. Over here north of Middleton and Star, that aquifer is amazing. So I don't think we're going to stop growth there. We're going to have lots of water to fuel development. How we do that to prevent the city, the only way I can see it is putting in county developments, allowance of county developments going to kind of block that city growth to prevent that real high density concrete mecca that's coming out. We won't ever be able to farm it. Our landowners that have lots in the city are going to be gardening and using surface water to irrigate, an acre of pasture. And that's going to affect our irrigation districts too. So I really think we have a great plan with the 2020 future map, and I don't think we needed to scrape that. It was following a lot of even the bad soil, like on Little Pleasant, Ridge Road and Weeds, just to the north there's bad soil, but just to the south where it's showing ag and don't have it's really good soil. So totally agree with that. I think we're kind of leading the public astray on this map where they think that we're not going to be able to develop out the county. But if that city's there, it's going to go to the city. It doesn't matter what that county map says, it's going to be developed and we'll never get it. But surface water or go garden or any of that ever again. So that's my thoughts on it.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Emerald.
Commissioner Wilkie, I appreciate your comments, but I wanted to see if you could expand on something, because you mentioned that landowners are not fully represented and the plan is not good for farmers or developers. And could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so the reason I don't say this is good for farming is because we're not blocking growth. We're just slowing the county growth. We're not stopping anything from the cities. They're still going to be able to grow. They don't care what the soil classification map says. I mean, one or two is what most of the cities are built on. It's nice and level. All this beautiful ground that has been taken up under cities is no longer available for it. Never will be again. It's just, it's kind of a farce to have a map like this saying it's all going to be general ag or it's all going to be ag or exclusive ag. When you have these cities right in your area that you're contiguous to, that they're just going to, like, oh, here's a prime example right here. You have Nampa and Culver coming in together here north of the lake. There's sewer and water right all over here. It doesn't matter if this is showing general ag. That's all got to be residential. There's no way that's not going to develop. I just, unless the population quits growing overnight, that's an easy slam dunk to put sewer and water into that area. I don't think you should just take this map and say, hey, this is a good plan and we're going to stop our problems with growth. It's not going to slow down the city. I think it's going to lead us all astray. We're going to do anything but help the cities. You're basically kind of giving up your county rights to the city at that point. We can't develop a residential development on that city impact area boundary. The city will end up annexing them once the sewer and water's there, and it is already there in places. So that's my concern. And we have a lot of demand for those 1 and 2 acre average lot sizes too. And a lot of people like that, they don't want to live in the city. A lot of one of our farm managers and our employees, they go to the city and come back to the farm, but it's just not a viable idea to just stop growth in the county. When I think the county has a much better development plan and a lot better ideas for development than some of these cities do. So
one other question is, we manage growth, and that's what we're trying to do here. And
yep.
We appreciate everybody's comments, but you agree that we have to have a plan, though, right?
Right. It's just this isn't the right one in my opinion. I feel like we just don't have a good idea here. It's a lot of us here. I mean, everybody here in green shirts, they think this is great because it's showing all ag, but that's not stopping the growth from the cities. The one way to stop that is really to jump in and allow the residential developers that want to develop a county lot with a septic and a well to be able to do so, because there is demand there, but you can still utilize your surface water. You can still, open a horse or a cow and have some ag rights, which you don't have in the city. So my main concern here is that it's just not going to really do anything because these cities are growing so fast compared to the county. We're losing unincorporated ground in the city all the time. And having a plan like this that shows that we're not going to have any development future in the county really isn't right. It's still going to go to the cities and our prime urban areas. So, but, you may stop some growth here and there in the county for a little bit, but you're not going to stop the cities. I just don't see it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sheets.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Wilkie. Just wanted to ask you some questions about your familiarities with the different city comp plans as well as the areas of city impact. So when we look at the different cities sort of comp plans, they have different mappings and things like that when it comes to their annexation plans and the areas of city impact. So based upon what you testified earlier about, would you say that the way for the county to best deal with that, since this isn't working, would be to redefine those areas of city impact and be able to comment on those city comprehensive plan maps?
Yeah, I think if you wanted to look at each city individually, the city of Nampa wants to move south and further around the lake, and they can't even service the areas they have in their current impact area. that's a prime example of urban sprawl where they've grown out so fast and so large. Where if you go to do an infill development in some areas in Nampa, you have to rip out sewer line a couple miles down the street, increase the line size and all that because they've reached their capacity in a lot of their lines, and yet they still want to move out further out into farmland and take up more land for their future impact area. I mean, they're just trying to grow as fast as they can, and they're a machine. That's what they're, no fault against the cities. I work with them all the time, but that's their mode of operation is to grow and encompass as much area as they can, because the bigger you are, the more tax base you have. So there's not really a real good answer how to stop growth, and I don't think we want to. I don't think a community that stops growth would be a very viable community, and I think you would be hurt in the long run overall, hurt everybody in your community if you try to do something like that. I think growing the smart way is to just keep allowing the growth we've been allowed to have in the county with our rezones and our developments to happen in areas that make sense, like around the impact areas. We like the rezones we have on the map that are straight rezones. There's not a lot of them, but to put a general agritourism, exclusive ag overlay over those, it does make sense, because we were approved on these developments because of the non-viable ground that was over on the site, where we had class 4 to 5 for worse soils. So we've looked at a lot of those in the past, and that's why they were approved, because they're steep and they're not as good as the beautiful views. People still want to live out in the rural areas, and especially when you have a Snake River ABA, that one area. There's a lot of beautiful homes over there, and being that close to wineries is a huge draw for a lot of people. So if we had places for them to live out rural, I think it'd still be a benefit. They pay into the tax base, and they support our ag community by going to the wineries and buying our wine. It's just one thing after another. We have very strong advertisements.
I think that's Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson. So I just kind of following along what Commissioner Sheets said. Do you think that we should be thinking the cities and their area of impact, should we be raising the requirements, have them provide more proof of need beyond the 3 things that they're required to talk about or show what they're wanting to do?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're requiring of the cities to provide at this point.
I think it was business, a barrier or a boundary, and services.
You gotta be able to.
And future expectation of annexing into the city. That was the 3rd. And that they're kind of vague, because that was what City of Star we had to work with on that, and that was something that is like, and they aren't required like any other applicant. When you come in as a representative of a client, burden of proof is on you.
Right.
Cities don't have. It seems like they don't have that burden of proof.
But I agree. I think what might be a good plan with the cities is to look at what they have developed inside their impact area before they're allowed to grow out. Maybe a certain percentage needs to be built out before you ask for more. I don't know. Maybe by that time we'll have more wineries in, and Mr. Kirk had made a comment of how they brought in $1 billion into the area basically since this time, since they started here, and that's amazing. And how much land have they bought with the money that they've earned? And so if you want to protect farmland, you're a farmer, and buy more farmland and buy your neighbor, and that's what you do. You kind of need to buy your town around you. And you also need to work with the county to keep protecting some areas for developmental growth that makes sense next to the city. The way we're going to block that city urban sprawl is to protect the county growth. I don't see any other way to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkie, I'd like to ask you, because I think I followed your train of thought, but I'm reaching a different conclusion than you. Let me run through it, and you can tell me where I'm making a mistake. You're saying that by surrounding the cities with dedicated agricultural land, we are, well, let me describe. There's 2 goals. One goal is to protect ag land. The other is to promote growth in and around the cities, right? Because we want to protect the ag land, so we want the growth, we want the residential growth in and around the cities. But it seems to me that to your point, when a particular plot of land tips from agriculture to become a city, that achieves an objective for us where instead of one house in 2 acres, you've got 6 houses in that acre. So if 6 homes are coming into the county, right, instead of occupying 12 acres, they're occupying 1 acre. So it almost seems like, if I follow your train of thought, it almost seems like the plan achieves 2 important objectives for the county. Now, what am I missing?
So the county wants higher density growth?
I think, I could be wrong, but sitting in on 3 years of meetings, I think the goal, or a goal, has been to encourage growth in the cities rather than out in the ag.
So I haven't seen that. I've seen a lot of growth limited outside of the impact area and a lot of reasons I've been working on.
The impact areas are somewhat ethereal in that the city can declare an impact area and kind of doesn't say.
I see where you're coming from, but I don't think the county has a say in what's going on in the city. I think at that point, they're not coming to you for jurisdiction, they're going to go to the city.
Right, but I don't think you described that the county might want to block the city. I don't know that that's one of our goals either.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it to me, because it seems to me like this is more of a city plan. It's like the agency of cities came all together and said, hey, let's put a general ag area around all our impact areas, and then the public will not want to develop that in the county. So that'll hold it for us until we get our sewer and water to those areas. And so what I'm saying is, if you don't develop in the county at a much lower density that has a lot less effect on traffic, it's going to go in the city that has a lot more effect on traffic.
So you're promoting a policy that ring fences the city and then they can't grow.
Not out there in impact area without good reason. There needs to be a good reason to do that. And I see a lot of area inside the city impact areas that hasn't even grown yet, and they're still asking for more outside.
The impact area is a big challenge for us, no question.
Yeah, so that's my thoughts.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Villafana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilkie, appreciate you being here tonight. So would you agree, listening to a lot of the testimony from the wineries, seed company, seed growers, would you agree that putting subdivisions out in the country interferes, impedes farm operations from being able to operate as they normally would? Would you agree with that?
I think it depends on the development, particularly where a lot of these developments I've been working around are right close to the city or contiguous to the city or even inside the city impact area. Those are already, sometimes on those rezones I'm working on, it's for actually helping a farmer sell his land because they just can't get his equipment down the road. Canada is a perfect example. Now further out, once you get out into the country, I've had problems with neighbors that are fellow farmers complaining about feedlot and stuff like that. And so it really depends on, I think you can have neighbor troubles no matter who it is. And we all got to work together at the end of the day. But I think having the right to farm ordinances and provisions in our county ordinance already, and having those on the plat when people buy a home out in a rural development, and then understanding you're in an ag area. And that's why we have that written into these ordinances, so we aren't supposed to be able to, file lawsuits and all that. But I agree that the more residential outside and exclusive ag area, there's more trouble. It could also be a benefit too. So we see benefits from employee housing out in those types of developments. I know we're looking for employee housing for farms to be approved more, or have an option for that. I mean, those can be problems too. I've seen issues from any type of development. But if you do it right and have the right kind of plan ahead of time, you have the Right to Farm Act and all those things going on that people understand. That you don't complain about aerial spraying, or it's not going to be any good because you agreed to buy that home out in that rural area. That shouldn't, be a problem. So,
right.
We're just
listening. Yeah, and I would say absolutely there's a high demand for 1 acre, 2 acre parcels, absolutely. And I will come to the defense of the staff a little bit. They did listen to the surveys that were sent out, and an overwhelming amount of folks answered that they prefer the city fill-in lots before development moved out to the country. And so I will quote from you, you called it a diabolical scheme, but they did listen to the surveys that came in, and the plan that they have now, the map that land use designations have now, is really listening to what people of the county responded. And I do think we are listening to property owners, because it was those same property owners that filled out those surveys, and it was farmers, and it was just rural folks that live out in the country. They haven't been too pleased with the growth themselves. And so, but I do hear you. There is a huge demand for those 1 and 2 acre parcels, but it's a tough one. We are, as we continue to grow as rapidly as we are, it's tough to manage the conflicts with these farm operations.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Wilkie, thank you. Very thoughtful about your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We've been going for more than 2 hours. I'm going to suggest we take a quick 10-minute break and then continue. So we'll reconvene at 7:16. Thank you.
Outdoors, I don't want to go on. Indoors, I don't want to be on.
Yeah, and it's a tough one.
I keep a sweatshirt in my office and we keep it.
I start to eat off every night. And I didn't realize it until I walked in the other day.
Because otherwise, it's hard to keep that. So we just leave it at 75. In the summer. I know, but it's not. Well, but our space is small. Yeah. No.
This process, after I was ready, there was some balance up, but man,
right.
Once very good.
What's going on?
That's why you got us. Let's go back to the driveway speaking.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's good to see you.
You're looking good.
Thank you. I'm hanging in.
Have you neighborhoods
I just couldn't hear all of it. I'm one of those guys, I want to get right into it.
Have you met my mom?
And then I went out.
Gary Smith. Gary Severs. Gary Smith.
I didn't get all of it, but it sounded good. I'm not being polyphonic, it's gonna be real quick. I'm just saying.
Conservation motion right now.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't do all the residential. I do development.
I said, that one's funny.
I've done some, but I do a lot of work. And removing the industrial from Byway 19.
My wife was
And I,
Yeah, well, we'll see. No, it was.
you know, it's not quiet. It went up. I did up now.
And she says, what's that? That's what I want. I'm supposed to be asleep.
I don't think I would. Probably. Yeah, I agree. That would make
Well, yeah.
in my office yesterday. And the daughter was born and that caught me by surprise. I wasn't aware of that. He came back later. We got into the drawing. I recognized, I was thinking about it, I recognized your surprise to get very much on mine. Yeah, and we got done talking. Everyone's going to agree that I'm yeah, but I told they're not opposing it. And then how we met with me. And then we could talk about it. You know, here it comes. We're in agreement. Good. He said, I'm glad we are. We agreed. So we were like, of course, you know, that ring, like that ring line was I did it. You know, we're looking at but he actually sent down ahead of he didn't get the right permit. She saw, she walked in, called the guy down off the where you're going to jail, right? And the next call comes to I walked in. Closure, you may want to handle this one because my wife was kind of and then before we really right now we got after that, but at that point, right now it doesn't. We don't have to. Yeah.
So we're going to continue with testimony, and next I will ask David Ferdinand, testifying in opposition. Thanks for joining us, sir. You're welcome to adjust that microphone. Again, I remind you, you're under oath. Name and address for the record, please, and you can start with 3 minutes.
David Ferdinand,
2419 West Heron Loop in Nampa. And I am sworn. I just wanted to say, first of all, I am in opposition to many of the sections that are in the 2030 plan. But I don't think anyone here is against farms or food. Food we produced on our farm, I grew up, born and raised, Canyon County. We ate everything that well, pretty much everything. Those gooseberries and rhubarb, they're pretty sour. We still eat them. And, we milk cows. I did not like milking cows, but I really did like the checks that came from the creamery. That taught me capitalism. So farming is a part of our heritage, and we're certainly not against that. We're, for the industries that, are specific, that need specific land types, like was mentioned with wine and so forth. The one thing that I just wanted to say was that, the farms, this area, the industry supports our families. And like my kids that were born and raised here in Canyon County, we just want to make sure that there is a balance to the agricultural protection that has, and I would agree with Matt on a lot of his statements, so I'm going to just move on to some of the points that he made. The plan, including statements that we're, county need to slow or stop growth, is problematic. I think, as was stated about the map, I think there's some areas that we really need to take a hard look at and designate those as areas that could be built on. Now, the farmers and the owners of the ag property must also retain, I think, the private property rights to profit from their years of hard work if they want to sell their property. So I don't know, that balance doesn't seem to be in this plan at this point. This plan needs to be sent back, I think, to the workshop level to rework the language. I went to several of the hearings. Many of those hearings were not hearings. We didn't get an opportunity to really participate. It was between P&Z and the commissioners, and we heard the chairman explain pretty much what she wanted. We didn't get an opportunity to really participate as we did in the 2020 plan. I was involved in that 2020 plan. It's also part of the agricultural committee for this one in 19. Anyway, that was my thought. I think we need to also provide needed industrial areas because farms are not going to be able to sustain all of that. In fact, if you look at the 2020 plan, there's industrial areas that are all along Highway 19, Semplot Boulevard, that have been removed from this plan. And some of those already have M1 and industrial uses going on in those areas. I don't know how we fix that conflict. So that's part of it.
How much more time do you need?
Oh, probably about a minute.
Why don't you just go ahead?
Okay. The transfer of development rights, I think we need to do some work on that. The cities don't really have anything in their plans. This P&Z commission knows that, property land use, it's just usually one case at a time, and so they're all different. So I think you need to balance those statements. One thing I did want to, this comprehensive plan is a guide, and the language in many of the sections seem like it's more of an ordinance. And I had one final comment. We need to have the legislature add farm vehicles to the emergency vehicle law, so that every time you see a piece of farm equipment on the road, you have to pull over and let them by.
Okay, thank you. We may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Any questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson.
Mr. Ferdinand.
Yes.
Do you have any specific areas that you think we should be taking a harder look at?
as Matt pointed out, I think a lot of those areas that are around the lake, having some history with the impact areas. One of the things that I believe I will admit, I'm a former Canyon County Commissioner, and we did do the 2020 comprehensive plan. One of the things that when the cities came to us and wanted to expand their impact areas, the one thing that we let them know is, if you're going to expand your impact area, you're going to have to provide services. That allows for some of the concerns that people have for wells, for aquifers. We've got some great aquifers here, but you still have to take a look at it through the Idaho Department of Water Resources. The areas around the south side of the lake, those areas going up, outside of Wilder, in between Greenleaf and Wilder, I think we need to take another look at. And I'm not as familiar with the Middleton area. And here again, I deal with more industrial ground and commercial ground. Do work with some people on subdivisions, but most of it is in those impact areas.
Thank you. Commissioner Adel, can you grab the microphone?
Yes. So one thing that you brought up was TDRs, and I was just wondering, just a comment about that, where we have our agriculture land, our farmers retiring. Maybe this is a point or a place for the transfer of development rights. Do you have experience with that?
Some. I know that Payette, I've dealt with some properties in Payette that it's a concern for them. They've had some problems with finding land to transfer those development rights to. I read some of the language in the comp plan and believe that I don't believe that the city of Nampa, for instance, has anything in their ordinances that really can receive those transfer of land rights. So I think it just needs a little more work. I know that there are some concerns in Payette County, and that's my only real experience with it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ferdinand, as long as we're talking about the impact areas, and many of them were negotiated during the time that you were commissioner. Mm-hmm. I'd like your thoughts on what is the county's ability to kind of put some pressure on the cities to collapse their existing impact area?
Well, you could, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Neville, you'd have to get them all back to the table. I know we did that a couple of times when we had the city of Caldwell and the city of Nampa complaining over areas, and we sent them out of the building and said, you guys go talk it over and come back when you got it all figured out. Mayor Tom Dale wanted to go clear to the Boise River, and we said, as long as you go, you guys remember you got to provide the services for those areas. So, and I think that was a concern over the fact that Star was starting to grow and they were going to move into the area of Nampa. And so they did it, I think, as a deterrent from having someone else come into their area. So I would say that you've got to get the mayors together, and you've got some new mayors in Star and Middleton. Of course, they're having some concerns over impact areas right now as well. But I would certainly say, if you could bring them back to the table and say, look, we're in a whole new world. This growth has caused all kinds of interesting situations between cities and boundaries and impact areas, and we need to we really need to rethink that.
And it is a negotiation, right?
It is a negotiation once the commissioners vote on it, and here again, I depending on the commission, I think the commissioners could review that. Well, obviously with legal counsel and find out just what could be done, but this is certainly a whole different world than it was back in 2006, 2008. I'm trying to remember the exact date. Elizabeth knows that. But when we did the 2020 plan.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williams. Mr. Ferdinand, you mentioned the TDRs, and so I just kind of want to touch on it. With the draft that we have before us, that we've looked at, the TDRs was kind of put on the back burner because of what you said of trying to figure that out and working with the cities on that. So it's like an ordinance to come down the road is my understanding. Is that your understanding, or are you reading it as that's going to be implemented as soon as this is, if this draft were approved tomorrow by the Board of County Commissioners as written, is that your understanding that the TDRs would also be approved?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williams, yeah, that was the way I read it. And knowing that, you know, working with the city of Nampa, I know they still have some concerns over, you know, I know that our planning and zoning department are working with the city of Nampa, but I also know that I don't know that they have actually ground. The language is one thing, it's where do you do it?
Okay. And then one other question, you know, thinking impact areas and you talking about getting the legislature to make changes to law, I think maybe something a little bit more attainable possibly would be allowing impact fees for school districts and sheriffs and police to be able to provide services. That's something that, it hasn't been brought up, but that's something that's been on my mind. And would that be something that you would agree with, being able to allow, because fire departments and highway districts, that's it. Those are the only government agencies that can assess impact fees. And so a lot of people are pissed off about bonds being extended with school districts.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williams, we have a working group that's been working. We've got an impact fee committee in the city of Nampa. I also was part of watched the hearing with the highway district, highway number 4, with their language and their fees for a specific impact fee for mid-star area. When you're talking for a coffee shop with a drive-through, $20,300 per 1,000 square feet, that's a little onerous. You know, I think that sends a bad message. I do believe that there's a place for impact fees, especially if they're building something that cannot be handled by the tax base that the city has planned to do. So I do believe that the state school association, I've listened to them, we've talked to those people about what they would do, and I think we're going to see some more movement at this legislative session. But you could ask that question to the senator back here.
We'll get to him shortly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Next we'll invite Tim Kristovich to join us. Testifying in favor. Thanks for joining us, sir. I remind you, you're on the road. If you start with your name and address, please. You also start with 3 minutes.
Okay, Tim Kristovich, 6211 Cleveland Boulevard, Caldwell. I own a piece of property off of Ustick and Allendale. And when I looked at the map, and this, so I just want to make it for the record, I'm mostly in favor of this. I understand the ag side of things, I understand the development side of things. My background is a contractor developer. I now own a little farm over in Hawaii County. I never thought I'd own a farm, and now I do. It's an interesting little business. And I appreciate the farmers. But I do think that we can come together and work together on both sides. And I don't like the map all being green like you have here. I like your residential transitional. I like the AC5, your AC20. I like all that. But my question is, why can't we see colors on the map showing these different zones? instead of just one blanket zone of A. I've come to the conclusion that, with my piece of property, has been farmed since before the 70s. I don't know if it's ever been farmed. I know they graze some cattle across there, so I'm just trying to keep the weeds down. I acquired this property about a year and a half ago. My thought was, why can't we integrate, like I see here in AC5? And I think there's a lot of places like what we have that would dictate that we should have residents on there to maintain that properties, but also have some ag going on. And I was asked before, how do you accomplish a plan that would do both? And I think you could do it through a development agreement with the county that would require those future landowners to have some sort of ag going on there that would maintain that in ag position, but also have residents there. I don't see that in your comp plan, and I think we can't stop growth, all right? I agree that the cities are sprawling, and we can't have that either. I think the cities are making a big mistake because most of their zoning don't allow more than 2 or 3 buildings per lot, per acre. So we're getting big lots in the cities. Well, that doesn't keep the growth confined to the cities. They have to expand just to be able to keep growing. So we have a problem there. I see that and I've never seen this before. I'm from Montana, so we don't have cities like we see here in this valley. But we see Star and Middleton, Meridian, they're all trying to annex in as quickly as possible so they get as much ground as they can. They don't care what's going on there today, but they're eating up ag ground. Go out in the Cuna area, you see it over there. Ag ground just being destroyed, great places to grow because they're trying to buy it up so fast so they can have places for their cities. And so everybody's making great points. I think what the comprehensive plan needs to do, and I've worked on comprehensive plans before, back up in Montana, it needs to come up with a solution. Can I have more time?
How much time do you need?
3 minutes?
Motions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson, I move to give him 3 more minutes. Is there a second? Second. It's been motioned by Commissioner Williamson, second by Commissioner Amaral to offer another 3 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Please continue.
I like to see in this comp plans, it addresses the fact that there should be some sort of working together between the two. And I don't see that here. I see all green, and then I hear the arguments from the developers and the builders that hey, we don't have a place to go out in the county. There's people that want to live in the rural areas. And I think that your AC5, AC20, and that type of zoning addresses that, but we don't see it on the map. And if we could see some of those zonings, like my piece of property of 76 acres that hasn't been farmed, there was a shooting club there at one time since before the 70s, has no irrigation rights, but we could see some type of zoning in those areas. I think you'd see some people on this side of the aisle more of, hey, this makes more sense. And I think on this side of the aisle is I hear, well, we don't like the traffic, we have our farm equipment. Well, that would limit that, but also would encourage people to live in the world and actually farm their acreage. I think one of the worst things I've seen is 5-acre parcels, someone buys it and all becomes a weed fest. But if we have a developmental agreement with the county that puts hefty fines on that, not just a couple $100, but hefty fines on those lots, that if they're not gonna farm, they're gonna let it go to weed fest, then they're gonna pay the price. If I'm to develop this property, it would be a combination of farm ground with a few of the houses, residential in there. I've got an idea on how to do that, and I bring it to the county with that idea. But it would be only way this property would pay for itself, but it has to have some agriculture going on with it, and the residents in that development would have to participate. So that's my stance. I don't know if there's any way we can work on moving some of these lines in here or not at this point or not, but I'd like to know who we talk to and maybe do something there too.
Okay, thank you. Before I open up for questions, Elizabeth, do you want to make any comment on the map and how different areas are designated on the various maps?
Yeah, so I'll try to clarify a few items that have come up. So, let's see if I can get a map up here. So we've added the future land use, which is the area we see identified mostly outside areas of impact, is agriculture. Right now, we have one zoning designation that would fall under the designation, future land use designation of agriculture, and that's the agricultural zone with a minimum lot size of 40 acres, which you have no option but to rezone to residential, rural residential or residential R1 if you want to make it smaller. So you're going from 40 acres to 2 acres. You could go larger potentially, but those are the options you have now. With what we're proposing, that we have the agricultural future land use, but we have, let's see, four agricultural designations that provide the opportunity for 2 acre lot sizes, 5 acre lot sizes, 20 acre lot sizes, and still the 40 acre lot size. So say you have a property, your future land use is agriculture, you could potentially come in and rezone, request a rezone to say AC5, and it still meets the future land use of agriculture. And that's something we don't have, so it's providing more opportunity for property owners to develop their property out in these agricultural areas that they don't have now. Does that make sense? And then additionally, it's come up a few times, the sub-area plans. So the intent of the sub-area plans is it would break up the county into say 4 or 5 areas, and we would work with that specific area. So think of it as each area would have their own comprehensive plan. So we would do this process, we would create a committee in that sub-area and work with the public to identify uses that would fit in that sub-area. So that would hone in on that map, so we can figure out what uses would be appropriate in the sub-areas based on the character of the area. Because the character of the area north of Middleton is going to be different than the area near Melba. And so that's the intent of the sub-area plans. I think also addresses some of the concerns that have been brought up tonight.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Williamson. Mr. Christovich, sorry.
No worries, they do it all the time.
You mentioned doing a development agreement, which a lot of times those are fairly handy. But with what you're kind of thinking of for the A5, A20, A40, if someone wanted to come in and do a straight rezone in that, they wouldn't be able to do that. And so this might even talk a little bit to Elizabeth here, but with something like just having as a requirement for that rezone is they need to show that they're gonna use ag on,
I think there should be some intent there.
some intent. So that,
Yeah,
I mean, I call that on the burden of proof
Right.
during just a straight up rezone.
Right, I like the rezone idea, but I've seen rural areas get destroyed. And I've heard, I see what this region does for the farms and what you guys provide here, and I found it pretty amazing. I've been here 12 years and I've seen what I've seen. I'm also for growth, because I've been a developer. But I'm for smart growth and smart development, not just, let's take that 20 acres, 120 acres, or 300 acres of farmland, and let's just plow it under and build houses. I'm not for that. But I think this county should be looking at putting more pressure on the cities to do more dense developments, because they're not. I've gone to the cities wanting to do developments, and it's like, no, this is two lots per acre, or this one's 4 lots per acre. Well, we need more density in the cities to keep that growth in the cities. That's what a city's for. The rural area is for rural living, rural farming, and that's what it's for. And if someone wants to have a small 5-acre farm and do some things out there, they should have that right to do that too. And there should be that opportunity. Thank you.
Commissioner Emerald, grab the microphone, please.
So, I've got a question just for my own understanding. So, the way I hear you saying this, then the cities should be high density.
Yep.
And then we transition out to maybe a half acre, to a 1 acre, to a 5 acre, into 500 acres.
Well, I don't think it could be a donut looking thing like you're saying. I'm looking at where I'm at in this 76 acres over by, it's over by the Timberstone Golf Course. So we're half a mile down the road. Well, there's already a lot of growth going there, but it's further away from the Caldwell area than that, what you're talking about, 1 acre, 2 acre, 5 acre. But in a little area like that, does it make sense to have a 2 or 5 acre parcels in ag and have it developed in that way, the way I'm talking about? It does, because we already have that going on in that little area. But the take and go, and I've had guys approach me saying, hey, here's 100 acres here, it's really good price, it's ag ground, but you could probably go and get it rezoned. Well, I look at that going, I don't think the county's gonna rezone it to start with, but it's in the middle of ag ground, it don't make sense. That's agriculture ground, that's farm ground. And there's another 300 or 400 acres all the way around that have farm ground. Why do we wanna go in there and destroy that farm ground in the middle of that? When we have places like where I'm at, where there's already been subdivisions going on, and this ground is not being very well used, where we can go in and use residents to come in and say, okay, here we go, here's a farm ag plan with some residential use involved. To me, that just makes sense. And that gives us an opportunity to have growth in the county, keep our ag ground going, and protect these guys with the big farms. Because these guys, they're making a living. We don't need to go in there and trash up next door. I understand these people that come in and buy and build next door and say, hey, I don't like this, what you're doing there. In Montana, we had subdivisions go out and we'd get somebody call in the middle of winter and say, we haven't had our road plowed for 3 days. Well, why'd you build out in the middle of nowhere? That's what happens in January out here. Okay, if you don't like it, go home. But, this is where we are.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all your service.
I appreciate that.
It's a lot of work what you guys do.
Yes, thank you. Let's invite the aforementioned Mr. Todd Lakey, testifying in opposition. Thank you for joining us, sir. I remind you on the road. Name and address for the record, please, and you start with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Todd Lakey. Address is 12905 Anicia Court, Nampa, Idaho 83651. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to start with 3. I do represent the Idaho Realtors, the Snake River Building Contractors, and Nampa and Caldwell Realtors. So I anticipate I may need a little more than 3 minutes, but I'll get as far as I can, and we can go over. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, what we're here tonight to ask for is a better balance. We understand the need for a comprehensive plan, but that plan needs to strike a balance. And I think it's indicative of you've got folks that are more on the property right side, which I fall on, calling for balance, and you have folks that are saying we don't want any more development out in the ag land. And the folks that say no more development out in the ag land are saying this is great. That's indicative that we're probably not in balance. I'm usually here talking to you about specific applications, how something complies. Tonight, I get to talk about broader concepts, policies and goals. And as I said, we recognize the need for balance from our perspective. From my perspective, it's trying to preserve the economically viable prime farm ground. That's part of the balance, but also respect individual property rights. And I'm here primarily to talk about the property right side of that coin, but I recognize that there's a balance. Commissioners, we're a conservative state in Idaho, and we're a conservative county in that state. And a conservative approach to government means the lightest hand of government when it comes to exercising control over people or property. I'll say, unless it's owned by the government or it's public land, there's no such thing as our farm ground. Farm ground belongs to the Watsons and the Williamsons and the Wheatsons, the Baxters, and you have letters from a number of those asking for more balance in this comprehensive plan. The plan goes too far toward the heavier hand of government and control of individual property rights, as it's currently written. As I said, you've got letters from longtime Canyon County farmers requesting that better balance. Most of you know my background. I was a previous civil attorney for the county, a previous county commissioner, and then for almost 20 years now, represented as a private attorney, landowners and farmers as landowners. And I've worked or been involved with 3 comprehensive plans. From a property rights perspective, the plan 3 plans ago was probably better from that perspective. The current comprehensive plan strikes a pretty good balance. It's not broken. It certainly needs updating, and that's the process you're going through. But there isn't an imminent need to adopt a new plan. You've been able to deny or approve projects or applications that you want to deny or approve under the current comprehensive plan. I've seen you do that regularly. The language in the current comprehensive plan is generated by staff. That's part of their responsibility. But the previous comprehensive plan utilized more directly committees, and there was some request regarding that. That's our request, is to implement those committees, to address the goals and objectives and policies.
Sorry, how much more time would you like?
I'd like to do another 3 or 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we give Mr. Lakey 5 more minutes. He's representing Bureau of Justice.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Neville, Commissioner Neville, seconded by Commissioner Sheets to offer Mr. Lakey another 5 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Once again, sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As I said, the current comprehensive plan strikes a pretty good balance. And our request is to utilize committees, as was previously done in the prior comprehensive plan, to work on the language specifically with staff, but the goals, objectives, and policies in particular areas. And the areas that I suggest, could be more than that, but the land use area, population, economic development, ag, housing, and property rights. And have those committees make sure that they're appointed with a balance. I'd certainly prefer a balance on the property rights side, but at least an even balance from both sides to work on that specific language with staff, not just have staff generate the language based on comments that have been received. I think you get that better product. I know there's been talk about utilizing committees in the future to look at the plan, but I think it's important that you get the plan pretty darn close to right instead of adopting it, let's see what it says and how it works, and then have committees work on it. I think you have a better opportunity to have committees work on the language now, get it really close to right, and then future committees for future amendments, great. I submitted probably about 10 pages worth of suggestions because I didn't want to come and just, you need to do this, here's some specific things. But I'm not perfect. And those are kind of suggestions that I think would benefit from a committee process to take a look and see what that committee thinks. Just a comment, the studies about residential not paying for itself. Those studies painted a really broad brush. Certainly starter homes with the homeowner's exemption don't contribute a lot to taxes, demand more in services, don't pay for themselves. But I do mostly residential acreages, higher end custom homes, well above the homeowner's exemption, and I think they do contribute to the tax base. This was stated earlier, but the comprehensive plan is a guide, and there's really too many shalls, musts, and insures. That's language for a zoning ordinance. If you want to say you have to have setbacks a certain distance, that's appropriate for your zoning ordinance. Your comprehensive plan encourages and has general guide language. It's not a zoning ordinance. The comprehensive plan shouldn't designate a supply of a type of land. It designates areas for potential future use. I would also ask that you maintain the definitions of soil classifications as they stand in the current comprehensive plan. Overall, the goal should be to preserve the prime or economically viable agricultural ground. That's your balance. You're going to balance. And there really isn't a good definition of that. Class 5 or Class 4 soils is way too limited. And I think you need to have recognition that a specific farmer knows their ground the best and has more specific information than the broader soils maps. Farmers, I think, should have the ability to do something on their less viable ground. The best way to preserve agricultural ground is to make it profitable, or help make it profitable. I don't think government is there to make it profitable, but it's there to reduce regulation. It's there to lower taxes and help create an environment where agriculture can thrive. I support agriculture in all my capacities. But the option to utilize non-viable ground is part of that support to agriculture. This pushes too much growth into the impact area. There was discussions about that, and I'm happy to comment on it, but not everybody wants to live in the impact area. Not everybody wants an urban 6,000 square foot lot. As far as some of the ambiguities in the current plan, again, the definition of farmland is simply too vague, and viability needs to be better defined. Terms like integrity of ag land is vague, needs to be further defined. Placemaking isn't defined. I think fragmentation needs a better definition. That's a little too broad. Density descriptions that you have in there may not have the desired effect. You talk about minimum densities, and that seems to be, if the minimum density is here, then you can go more dense. So I think you need to look at that. If that's your intent, great. But I don't know that expresses that. The future land use map, again, as been previously stated, removed large amounts of residential designation that were done by actually driving around and looking at particular sites, and it was very intentional. And those things should remain. The higher density development, most development should be focused in the impact areas, but again, that's not what draws a lot of people to want to live in Canyon County, maybe County or other counties. It's that I live on one of those, you know, a 2-acre parcel. I love my ag neighbors. I don't complain about them. So, Mr. Chairman, again, we're asking for a more balanced approach, and that's our request, to utilize committees to help accomplish that. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sheets.
Thank you, Mr. Leahy. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Just had some questions when we talked about balance. Have you had the opportunity to read the survey results that have come through with the different
Yes.
community involvement? And how would you comment on the balance of the responses that you've seen?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Sheets, I can't say I've read them all, but I have gone through them. And I would agree that there are survey comments that say we want to preserve farmland and that growth should occur in the cities and grow out first. I would temper some of that with the comment that there are a lot of people that get out into ag grounds. They have their 1 to 2 acre lots, and they're the ones you see that come and show up in opposition from anybody else doing the same thing. You also have people that live in the cities and love to watch people farm. But again, they don't own the ground. They're asking somebody else to do something on their property that they don't own. So I temper those comments that way. Certainly there are agricultural operators here tonight, and those that responded, that have that perspective. But you know there's a division in the agricultural community. There's lots of agricultural operators, and there's letters in your comments that say we need a better balance. We need to have some options on things to do with our property. So I recognize there's a division in ag. That's the balance that I'm hoping to achieve, is more respect for property rights, but also trying to preserve the right agriculture.
My follow-up question on that is, so when it comes to the property rights, and Idaho being a conservative state, Canyon County as well, I don't think that there's an argument that people are concerned about people's property rights. I think that the question is what externalities that those land uses create. It's the traffic, it's the schools, it's the different things that move off the property. I mean, if we respected property rights, let's say to the nth degree, you put a toxic waste dump on your land and your neighbor can't say anything about it, right? But we have consideration for those externalities. And I think that's a lot of what we hear about. We hear about the traffic. We hear about their water. I mean, if we hear that there's going to be jackhammers going 24/7 at a quarry next to a proposed residential area, those are the kinds of externalities we care about. So how would you want to see those externalities addressed in the complement?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sheets, good comments. You hear those all the time. When I'm representing somebody, I hear those same comments. I think your comprehensive plan should provide for the opportunity to utilize non-viable ground for a residential application or some other type of use. I do think you need more commercial and industrial on your comp plan, but it provides the opportunity to deal with those externalities, that's what you do at a public hearing. Some areas, traffic volumes may be incredibly low, and the level of service is fine. And the highway district provides comments that no additional improvements are required. In other areas, you may have higher traffic and higher, lower levels of service and improvements needed. And that also is tied to the particular application you're looking at. Is it a 12 lot project or is it a 98 lot project? So I think your comprehensive plan provides the opportunity, but your public hearing provides you the opportunity to say yay or nay and deal with the externalities.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Lakey,
Mr. Lakey's fine. I'm not up the big marble building, so just thought.
Still want you to calm down.
Okay.
Anyway, so let's talk. You talked a little bit about the soil conservation district's definitions, and I've got the training document that we went over a couple of meetings ago, where the expert from the soil conservation district came in, and I think it's his recommendations that are the ones that are driving the proposed changes on the definitions. His bottom line was in Canyon County. This has already been stated by another individual, that class 1 and class 2 are gone. They've already been developed, what the cities are setting. So he said that it's all about management. That's a quote from the training, that with proper management of the land, any classification could be used for farming. Now, it wouldn't be used for any farming because some are very steep, and that would probably be more effective for vineyards or orchards or something like that. That's not a row crop. But in the end, his bottom line was, with proper management and with considerations for the proper type of plants to grow on it, any land is viable. So viability is a concern, and we're going to have to work through that. So your suggestion, if I've got this right, is that we keep the original ones. There is a suggestion that is being considered for this comp plan that we adopt the newly suggested soil conservation district classifications, and in the end, there would be no line drawn. If there's water available, some crop could successfully be grown. Would you agree with that type of a statement in the comp plan?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Neville. I think viability is not a matter of just being able to grow crops. Agriculture it's a way of life, but it's also a business. And they have to be able to profitably exercise their business. And that isn't just, oh, you made $10, you're profitable. They also have to support their family. They have to be able to get loans on their property. I'm not a farmer, so I can't delve into detail, but it's a question, I think, of economic viability, not just the fact that it can grow a crop. And again, you could tell me that I have to go practice tax law, and I wouldn't be very good at it. It wouldn't be a good idea. I think you need to respect the people that have owned their property for a long time, and I don't think somebody should tell them they need to go do what Commissioner Williamson does. He's good at one farm crops. That's not their thing. Maybe the land isn't appropriate for it. So I think it's, again, trying to find that balance that needs to be economically viable, and I think we have to have some deference on the agricultural operator's determination.
And so that brings up a follow-up question, and we are discouraged from discussing economic viability in our hearings. The reason that we look at soil conservation
classifications and stuff like that is because it's a number that an outside expert can put on a piece of land. It helps us make decisions about land use. And for us to ask questions, how many tons of hay did you get off your land last year? How much money are you making and stuff like that? That has been called into question as not an appropriate way for us to pursue for us to pursue facts in our hearings. So trying to figure out if there's something we need to add to the comp plan that could allow that addressing of economic viability or.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Neville, but you certainly want some objective criteria in your comprehensive plan. And a definition of soil types is one of those. But you also need the practical application and experience on that particular site. I think there needs to be some consideration whether I would suggest building something into your comprehensive plan. Availability of water, topography, lots of different components are still applicable to that viability. And if you've got a strong farmer that says, I can't sell it, nobody wants to buy it, I can't cover the water and taxes on this particular piece of ground, I think that's something that you should be able to consider. But I also recognize it can't be completely subjective. You need some objective criteria that help you evaluate that as well.
Okay, then let's move up that a little bit and dive a little bit more deeply into the property rights issue. The Constitution, the amendments to the Constitution, the 5th and 14th Amendment, say something to the effect that no person can be denied life, liberty, or property without due process. And we keep hearing at the comp plan hearings and at our regular land use hearings that about some other rights that I haven't been able to actually find in statute or in the Constitution or anything. It's the right for the individual to use the land to the highest and best use. I don't believe that actually exists anywhere other than as a construct that someone has created and pretty effectively used, but I cannot find highest and best use anywhere in law. Are you aware of any of that? Or is there case law maybe?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Neville, I don't think that highest and best use is a constitutional provision either. That's something that in an optimal world, and from a purely property rights perspective, that's great. And I think that's a great concept, but I don't know that that's the highest and best use is a constitutionally protected right.
If it isn't written down, how do we use it in a hearing as a determining factor? If we don't have any statute or anything to hang our hats on, so should those words appear in this comp plan as something that we could then point to if we're trying to make a determination on that factor?
Okay. So if I was answering from a purely property rights perspective, yeah, put it in there. But again, we're trying to find a balance. And I think the type of things you have in there wouldn't necessarily be highest and best use, but unnecessary government restrictions on the use of property. Okay, put that in there. And is that restriction really necessary in this particular case? And then you have the future land use mapping the provisions that say, here's where you can potentially do these things with your property, either based on the designation or the particular type of ground. So I think you can do that without saying you're absolutely entitled to the highest and best use. Again, from a property rights perspective, great, but that is a little more of a free-for-all than a balance.
I think that that it's really hard to make decisions about land use that are fair to all sides, because without having some criteria to hang your hat on, because then it becomes, I agree with this individual who says that rocky knoll is best for houses, which is saying, I don't agree with the farmer who's right next door and is worried about being forced out of farming. And so I think in the end, the protection of the Constitution and the amendments are saying that you must have due process. That's the best we can do, where everybody gets to have their side heard. And then somebody gets to make a decision. And we better hope that we've got enough objective criteria that our decision stands up, passes the smell test. I'm not at all worried about, unless we deprive somebody of their rights and won't let somebody talk or something. I'm not worried about it going to the district court. I'm worried about the fact that they're impinging on someone's right, because that's the decision I'm gonna make. And that's hard to live with, but you get to do those all the time. The legislature, and that's why I'm asking.
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Neville, haven't sat in your seat, but I did sit as a county commissioner for a number of years doing the same thing you do. And you have a very difficult job. You make half the people happy and half the people unhappy every night. But you do have the ability and the responsibility, along with the county commissioners, to establish those criteria that you evaluate. And the criteria that are evaluated in your due process hearings that you have. And those goals and policies help guide that process of public hearing. And again, I think that process needs to strike, those criteria need to strike a better balance than what we have in the current comprehensive plan, as you move forward and exercise that due process.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
Mr. Leahy, I'll try to keep this short. But I kind of want to circle back to, you've made a lot of comments about balance and trying to find committees and getting those balanced. And so I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts would be as far as what groups of people or industries would you think would be good to represent the various industries or residents of the county to try and strike that balance, because that's a double-edged sword that you're right in the razor's edge on that.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Williamson, you're right, that won't necessarily be an easy job either, just like your job. But I think it's important, you have a fairly good concept of the types of folks you see. I can name a few, the commissioners do, but obviously on the property rights side, you want some folks from the contractors and the realtors, and ag folks that are, you can kind of know which ones, based on the letters that were submitted, are more property rights and others that are more restricted growth, and preserve a broader swath of ag. So ag operators from both those sides of that coin. And then, beyond that, it depends on the particular area that you're dealing with. If it's economic development, you want some folks that have that background. Maybe some input from some of those from the cities, but I think it's really important that you listen to cities, and a lot of the economic development occurs in that impact area, but it's still yours. So bankers, developers, farmers, industrial property business owners, those kind of folks could be involved in that. So those are the kind of things I would suggest, but I think it's important you either appoint those folks with the involvement of the county commissioners, so they're the ones that ultimately have to approve it. They're the ones helping to make sure those things are balanced and how you navigate those waters with them.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
The general process note, we're slowing down, but I think the discussion is very substantive. And of course, the whole point of this evening's discussion is to have a deep conversation, get input on important topics that are going to kind of drive the county for years. So I'm not opposed to slow discussion as long as it's substantive. Two people that may not be here, Doug Adams, Sid Freeman. Okay, so next we'll go to Doug Gross, testifying in opposition. Thanks for joining us, sir. I remind you under oath, if you'll start with your name and address, you'll start with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Doug Gross. I'm President of Gross Farms. I'm representing myself. I reside at 20869 Travis Road in Wilder. I'm here to testify against at least a portion of the comprehensive plan. I'm not a newcomer to this area by any means. My family first arrived in Wilder in 1940. My grandfather started as a farm worker on a local operation there. Some 82 years later, my family now farms 2,500 acres in western Canyon County, where we raise potatoes, wheat, mint, corn seed, pea seed, and bean seed. In my 48 years of farming, I've seen a thing or two and have learned a thing or two along the way. We've had to deal with the new residents in our area that don't understand farming. Golf balls driven into our potato fields that have made them unviable for potatoes in future use. Spraying complaints, dust complaints, night harvesting complaints. And recently we were forced to purchase a small farm being sold as commercial/residential for 3 times the ag value just to protect our farm shop in the Wilder area. But our staff has been able to work through most of these and been able to educate, and we've made a few friends along the way. I'm not sure anybody in our immediate area has done more than Gross Farms to protect the ground, the farm ground, by removing home sites, consolidating farm properties, and generally making them larger and more efficient and productive operations. I can count no fewer than 25 new home sites that we have in our pocket as a result of this. And we have no plans to develop those at all. That's not what I mean, it's difficult for us to farm around residential people. But we do have property along the railroad west of Greenleaf, along Peckham Road, and this has been brought up several times tonight. That is the poorest quality of land on our entire farm, and it would lend itself to light industry use with an increasingly valuable rail access, because we have the rail right there. This 2030 plan is going to limit our ability to repurpose this property. Our profit margins have been drastically reduced over the last 5 years with higher costs on all sides without adequate price increases on our crops. Myself and my successors will continue to operate our farms as long as we can do so profitably. Profitably is an important aspect of that. Please allow us to make decisions that guarantee the best financial sustainability of our operations. We do not want to erode our personal and property rights. But I'm telling you, the quickest way to lose farmland in our area is to lose the quality farmers that are here right now. That concludes my statement. I stand for questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gross, I just want to make sure that I understand that was the area along Peckham where the processing sheds and stuff, wasn't that at one time industrial?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Neville, I am, where the processing sheds are is on the other side of the railroad track and from us, and those were railroad property.
So you're talking about on the north side of Peckham?
I'm talking, okay, it was on the north, no, I'm on the south side of Peckham.
Okay.
and adjacent to a trailer factory that used to be a commercial fertilizer plant.
Yeah, so there's the trailer factory, and then there's some processors, there's the big seed, big piles of corn and grain, stuff like this.
Okay, those are industrial, yes, those have been changed to industrial.
And but you're asking for a light industrial, a larger, or at least the ability to have
Light
light
industrial,
in
yes.
that same area.
It's within a quarter mile for the fertilizer plant.
But this map shows it as ag.
It has been changed. In the previous, under the 2020 plan, that was a future use for light industrial in that corridor. But the 2030 plan has taken that away.
I think I've got it grounded in my head now. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Cleon Hoagland. Mr. Hoagland, there you go. Testifying in opposition, I remind you under oath, name and address for the record, please, and we'll start with 3 minutes.
Yeah, Cleon Hoagland, currently 6740 View Road, Melba. I'm here in opposition to the 2030 comprehensive plan. I'm a 5th generation rancher farmer living in the lower Melba Valley. My great grandfathers and other members of his family homesteaded west of Melba after living in other areas of Idaho. My cousins still live on the Hoagland homestead property. My grandson will start 1st grade next week at Melba Elementary. He's going to be the 5th generation in our my immediate family to attend Melba schools. He will be the 7th generation of our family to live in Melba Valley. My wife and I currently raise registered Red Angus cattle on a little more than 70 acres south of Melba. After the last few years of not making a profit, the lack of opportunities to expand our operation, we decided to put our properties up for sale. This was a hard decision. I've been now the 60 plus years. We decided, well, this is where we started with development services almost 2 years ago. Trying to split our properties up in 5 to 10 acre lots. Only to find out that we have no private property rights in Canyon County. Due to an ordinance that dates back to when I was a senior in high school, September 1979. This ordinance steals our ability to split our properties as we, the landowners, should have the right to do. I wrote letters to the commissioners, to our Canyon County senators and representatives concerning the slow erosion of our private property rights that over time have limited what we can do with our own property. Of the letters I sent, I received 2 responses back. One from Senator Jim Rice, who went to school with me. The other from Scott Stein. Both took time out to call me. Both agreed on what I was talking about on private property rights. But unfortunately, both declined to help and didn't want to get involved on the state level with county policies. I know there should be a careful balance between private property rights and the welfare of the county. However, I believe that in this county, the pendulum has swung far to the detriment of our private property rights. I feel, along with a lot of people my age and older, that we should have the ability to split off portions of our agricultural property more than just one time, more than one split off an original parcel in an agricultural zone. My properties have rock outcroppings all over them. I have over 150 feet of elevation change on one place, draws, small hills, and mainly rocky soil everywhere on my farms, only to have the county class this kind of rocky ground as Class 1 soils, prime farm ground. Only to see when I drive to town that homes are being built all over some of the best farm ground in the Treasure Valley and probably Idaho. In sort of concluding, I would hope that you guys would understand our fight for private property rights and to the ability to do what we need to do with our property. If a piece of property is not profitable, and you cannot throw as much water on a piece of ground and make it profitable. You can come out and look at my ground and you'll see where I've got hay this tall on rocky soil that I've had water on consistently since I've cut hay. That is not profitable. That is not profitable. I started farming when I was a junior in high school on my uncle's property, great uncle's property south, that run clear up next to the river rim, or the Snake River rim. I can guarantee you, I couldn't put enough water on that piece of ground to make it profitable and grow a crop.
Mr. Holden, I hate to interrupt you. Would you like us to authorize more time?
No, I'm through with what I had to say, and I'll answer any questions if you have any, but.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hoagland, I'm just trying to understand, you have an original parcel.
I have two places that are
considered.
one is in the Melba impact zone and one is adjacent to the Melba impact zone. The one that's adjacent to the Melba impact zone should have been an original parcel, but in 1980, less than a half-acre split was allowed to take off from a piece of ground because 190 feet of the north piece of my property is somebody else's ground. It was split long before 1979. And so the people that owned that ground was able to take a half-acre split on that, and that did away with my original property, or that did away with the original parcel rule. So I only have the one split.
And is it the one that you're talking about that you've still been limited?
And then on the other property, it's considered two different, a north and a south section. The north section, and from what development services tell me, I have no splits on that. But there's where my private property rights, I feel, are thrown out the window. This ground is good for nothing. I grow grass on it, and that's it. I raise my cattle on it. The only reason it's viable is because we work hard to do it and keep it there. But as to call it viable farm ground, it's not viable farm ground. I've got rocks sticking up all over up on the ground. I can't get grass to grow that tall unless I keep water on it 24/7.
Okay. So it sounds like the biggest issue with your property rights, I think, is you have an understanding that is different than what development services has. About how many splits or admin splits or any of that stuff that's available. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from on that. Okay, thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Comment testimony. Ryan McGoldrick, testifying in favor. Thank you for joining us, sir. I remind you under oath. Name and address for the record, and then we'll start you in 3 minutes as well. So we charge people $10 when we break them up.
Yeah, I'm Ryan McGoldrick. I'm here on behalf of Conservation Voters for Idaho. My residence is at 2212 North 19th Street. A little bit about CVI, Conservation Voters for Idaho. We're a statewide nonprofit organization working in open space conservation, energy and transportation policy, and community engagement. I'm here tonight on behalf of the more than 650 members of CVI who reside in Canyon County to speak in support of adopting the draft comprehensive plan. The first thing I want to do is just thank the staff who've been working on this for 3 years. Much of our work is on kind of community engagement and making sure that the public has access to the government and they're able to engage in these processes. And looking through the plan, kind of following the last few years, I can say this has like truly been an exhaustive process, a thorough process, something that we don't see in all counties. So I think from some of the comments, I mean, not as much here tonight, but in the past, I've heard about people saying that they didn't know about this or they weren't aware. But I think this has been truly like a thorough process. So that's a thank you to all the staff that have been working on this and you as a commission. Specifically on the plan, our staff has reviewed the plan and are supportive. We mostly looked through some of the chapters on land use and community design, transportation, recreation, and agriculture. Found positive policies across all four. In the land use and community design, especially appreciate the suggested actions in support of Goal 1 to maintain a balance between residential growth and agriculture, which I know has been a lot of what this discussion is about tonight. Especially the Rural Smart Growth Advisory Committee that I know Elizabeth brought up earlier. I think that is a great way to approach it, and it kind of tackles, Sakil brought up the need for committees, and I think creating an ongoing committee like that is essential to kind of guiding this process. So, you know, we've had 3 years to develop this plan, but we're planning out for 10 years. So having those ongoing committees is essential. Another one on transportation, I know, especially in the last few years, there's been a lot of great work by throughout kind of the Treasure Valley, Ada County and Canyon County doing comprehensive transportation planning, and glad to see that this was continued, you know, continuing the work through Compass and those similar groups to work on the transportation work. In Chapter 9, in recreation, the survey results really stood out to me where it says 86% of respondents ranked natural spaces for recreation, including hiking, fishing, and river access, as the most important. And I think it's clear that this plan is following through on what the public is asking for, and I think it's pretty clear that those are things they valued, and I appreciate that that was reflected in the plan. I had a lot more thoughts on agriculture, but I think that's been thoroughly addressed, and just want to say that ag is such a crucial part of our economy and lifestyle that adopting this plan will help protect our producers, agribusiness, and our way of life in Idaho that I know we all value. One thing that I didn't have in my prepared remarks, but just want to kind of respond to some of the opposition. Heard comments earlier about how this plan is not a fair balance between kind of the development and the...
How much more time would you like?
Like 20 to 30 minutes.
How much more time do you think you can get?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Sheets. Thank you. Is there a second? It's been motioned by Commissioner Sheets, seconded by Commissioner Emerald to offer the witness another 3 minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
Thank you. So we've heard kind of some testimony that this plan tips the balance too far on the side of agriculture versus kind of development. From what I've seen, you know, the last few years have been heavily tipped in favor of development, and this plan is kind of just putting a small weight on the side of protecting those agricultural rights that everyone here is talking about. So I don't think it's tipping the balance in too far in one way. It's just getting it slightly closer to being a little more balanced and protecting that agricultural land. Then the other comment earlier we heard, and I think this has been, especially outside of this process, we've heard a lot of people saying we need to slow this down, develop some committees. But we're 3 years into this process, and we've seen other areas where they get too deep into kind of the bureaucracy, and they're continually trying to make the process better. And I appreciate that, but I think it can drag out too far sometimes. In 3 years, it has been comprehensive. There's been surveys, there's been public outreach. We're all sitting here, and there's a ton of people here. You're going to have a second date. It's 5 hours of testimony open to the public. There's been a website that's been open for anyone to submit comments. So I think there's been a very thorough and exhaustive process, which again is a statement to the staff's work, and I think the work of the commission. So I appreciate that, and I think it has been a thorough process.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson?
So you mentioned river access, and this might be, I'm not trying to pick on you, but this is something that I picked up on, and you're giving me an opportunity to kind of ask this question. Which river? Do you think, as far as which river to access?
I'm not sure. I didn't, honestly, the person who read through that section of it is our Holly Condi, who I think is going to be here on the 24th. She works on most of our lands work and our rivers work.
Well,
so I would defer to her.
Well, staff also, basically it's the Boise River or the Snake River. Those are your two choices. But one thing that staff talked about is trying to encourage more people to access the Snake River. Well, I live out in the Sunny Slope area, and from Marsing to Homedale, you could just about walk on top of the river with the amount of seaweed that's growing out there.
Yeah.
And so my question is, it's not great access, unless you like catfishing. It's not good for anything unless someone's out there mowing that seaweed down. And so I guess that's just kind of my thoughts is, what to help mitigate some of these issues that make accessing and recreating out on the Snake River more enjoyable. What would be things that you would recommend to improve?
I think that would be something that personally I wouldn't want to speak to and speak for others. I think that's kind of we saw that, and the part that I quoted is directly from the survey that goes out there. So kind of my thought would be a follow-up survey from staff in the future saying, we've had 86% of people saying this is something they felt was most important. So I'd say it's going back to those people and saying, what part of that, what part of those recreational activities are you looking for? What would you like to do that? So that's something I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking for others on that. But it's a great question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Real quick one for me. How many people does your organization represent?
Throughout the state?
Sure.
I don't have the exact numbers on that. I know it's in Caney County.
10,000?
I'd say probably in the 8,000 to 10,000 range.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and I should say that's a mix of donors. That's a mix of people who are subscribing to our newsletters and following up on information. So I know different organizations categorize their supporters and members differently, and that's what we mean by that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I believe we have just two more people to testify, unless I missed someone. We'll check that as we go through this. Jerry Smith in favor? Thanks for joining us, ma'am. I think you're going to want to pull that microphone.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I didn't think I was going to be here this long, and I'm really hungry.
That's why I want to let people know that the end is in sight. So, remind you under oath, name and address for the record. We'll start with
Jerry Smith, 22517 Bauman Road, Wilder. So first, after looking at this, I'd like to say I'm kind of like the token just person. I'm not a grower, ag, I'm not a builder, but I do represent all these things that the survey sent. I first would like to say I hope somebody here can help him. There's got to be a way to fix that. Something that was that long ago, that's the exception to the rule. So we were here not long ago for a development out in the Sunny Slope area, and listening to some of the developers, it's like, we've seen what's happened to areas like this. And if you don't do something now, you're going to have concrete. You're going to have, that's it. You're going to have concrete. All the shipping, big warehouses, it'll be gone. And you only have one shot at this. And so protecting it, even if it's only for 10 years when you have to do another one, is well worth it. Because we saw all of our dairies go, we saw all of our potatoes and beets and corn and vineyards gone. And so you've got a big job, and I think you're doing it well. We know that you really read the stuff that we send you, so I'm thankful. I heard them say something about people can be good neighbors. Well, they can, but at the same time, if you bring people into the areas where the farmers are, and all of a sudden they're putting in their 5,000 square foot home, and they don't even want to see a cow or horse or anything, that doesn't blend well when the crop dusters go over them, because they will complain. They'll move in next door to a dairy and then say, well, we don't like flies. You know, that's just what happens. So seeing that you are really looking at preserving the agriculture, it's important, and it's important now. When they say slow it down, well, you have to. We're worried about water. We're worried about our roads are not good. At this time, there's been so much growth. You don't have adequate fire, police, you don't have adequate roads. 55 is crazy dangerous. Schools, all those things. And I don't know what Idaho law is on impact fees. But if it's weak, it needs to be fixed. And
more time?
Just tiny.
Go for it.
But impact fees, it'll slow the builders down, because everybody says, oh, we can't do that because it'll hurt the young people. No, it's not going to hurt the young people. When somebody buys their home, they know what it costs. They know what their taxes are. If you haven't built into this where you've provided for the schools and the fire and the police and the hospitals, the taxes are going to go up and up and up, and that's what's happening. And a young person knows, okay, I can afford $2,000 this year, but I don't give 10% raise every year. And so impact fees, if we have to go to the state to get something passed, it really needs to be done for every place, because the builders are getting rich and all of our taxes are going up. And those are important things. But I love your plan. I really am glad you've got this RA where it has to be 2 acres. And the one thing I did think though is.
Ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you because we got another minute out of us.
Okay,
Do you need more time?
Huh?
If you need more time, we can talk about more time.
1 minute.
Can I ask if a commissioner would like to offer this another minute?
Sorry.
I think she's on a roll.
I know I ain't interrupt her.
I would give him another minute.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Okay.
It's been motioned
Wave a
by,
flag at me.
it's been motioned by Commissioner Amaral and seconded by Commissioner Neville to offer Ms. Smith another minute. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Please go ahead. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
So when I looked at this RA, which has been the issue out by ours, and it's a 2-acre parcel, I'd like to see planning or whoever does it, if they get a plat plan in and it doesn't meet that thing, kick it back. Why let it come all this way and us have to go do all this research to find out? If they don't meet the minimums for that property, you shouldn't ever have to address it. It should go back to the developer and say, I'm sorry, that doesn't meet it, and that saves you guys time, saves us a lot of heartache, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But we may have questions for you.
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
okay.
Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Smith, I just want to clarify something with you. You're talking about the comp plan protecting, or this version would do a really good job of protecting the ag land. You do realize that that the comp plan is just a guide.
Right.
And that there's a whole nother set of hearings that will talk about the ordinances.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
so
If you really want to try to take the comp plan's guidance and put it into something that is actionable, you'll have to come back to those hearings to talk about the ordinance changes.
Oh, so for impact fees? Is
Well,
that what we're talking about?
That's legislature that,
Okay.
but anything that's gonna be actionable. So for instance, we've heard this idea about creating these committees and doing things. That stuff is gonna have to go into ordinance.
Yeah, well, and when it comes to more committees, you guys have worked so hard on this. Get it through, then bring people in and let them talk to you. But 3 years, that's a long time, and you're being very patient with all this.
I had to hear what we started.
Thank you.
Mine was red.
Any other questions? No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Roberta Stewart, who's testifying in favor, except for one little thing. Thanks for joining us. Would you please state your name and address for record, and we'll start with 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Roberta Stewart, and I am the planning and zoning official at the City of Middleton, 1103 West Main Street, Middleton, 83644. We love the plan, and we worked in some of the workshops, and we're in support of the plan. And we have been so slammed with work that I was unable to really look at the functional classification maps in time. And this is really also directed at planning staff. We discovered recently that the city's functional classification map is not matching the county's functional classification map. And as you know, those are the transportation plans, and it lists all your arterial roads, it lists your collector roads, future roads and plannings. And so what we're doing right now is we're building a lot of east-west lateral roads to keep the traffic off of Highway 44. And we have little strips of land here and there and little strips of land there, but the county is not showing the same roads on the functional classification map. So there'll be gaps in major roads to move traffic east and west. And so all I'm asking for tonight is that that you could maybe issue a recommendation that planning staff meets with planning staff here at the county, city meets, maybe CHD4 gets involved, and we make our maps match. And that's truly our only concern. Other than that, we think it's great.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Williamson.
Ms. Stewart, actually, you kind of touched on the main question that I've got for you. I'll have a few others just to get a city perspective a little bit. But was there just, what happened as far as why there's such a difference between the city of Middleton's classification map and the county's? Is it a chance that you guys just weren't able to communicate as far as, something down the time saying, hey, we're making these changes, what do you think? Or is it the highway district not communicating, being the middleman between the two government agencies?
I think it might be just lack of communication. And when I do run into trouble, I usually call CHD4 first. Chris Hopper or Lenny Riccio over there. And what's happening is there'll be little subdivisions coming in and we'll say, hey, we're going to put a 60-foot wide collector right there. We really need that. And they're like, well, we're going to put a 25-acre subdivision right there. And we're at an impasse. And I think they're just going to move forward without our roads. And we'll have like runway strips out there right now, runway strips that will have no connection to anything. And we talked to, well, everybody's just super busy, actually. I'm not blaming anybody. It's partly our fault too. Everybody's just so busy, we can't sit down and work it out. But now we have a chance to really work it out. And we're willing, I have a letter that I submitted with 15 discrepancies between the two maps, and only 3 or 4 of them are really critical. The rest of them are okay. I'm just saying now's the time. Let's go ahead and meet. And I'm just calling for some meetings with staff.
Okay. And yeah, I recall reading your letter and it seemed fairly reasonable. I don't know if you read the city of Nampa's letter.
No, I didn't.
In my opinion, very demanding. That's my opinion though. But one thing that they said, and so I'm curious to get your thought, they wanted to have municipalities have input and say in like some of the proposed ag smart development groups that's kind of been proposed and talked about here. And I guess what would your thoughts be of cities kind of being a part of this group? I'm kind of in two minds. I can kind of see both sides, but I'd like to get a third party opinion, as it were.
City of Middleton would always help, would always want to be involved in anything because we're partners. We all live here together. Part of our problem is we're overwhelmed and we get invited to all kinds of things with parks and pathways and this and that. And we try so hard, but you know, we're slowing down a little bit. So yeah, we would want to have some input on that kind of thing. I do like, we do like the plan that you're showing right there, especially on your FLUM, your future land use. We like seeing all that green and all that agriculture. It suits us. And I was concerned about Mr. Wilkie's comments. He comes to the city a lot and testifies, and I don't see any difference between the city of Middleton growing and taking up valuable farmland and these parcels and projects that are coming through Mr. Wilkie and others. They're I don't know, 20 lot parcels. What's the difference? Nobody's farming on those either. But it does block in the city and we can't grow.
So then he also made the statement that this current configuration would make it easier for cities to grow. Would you agree with that statement or disagree with that statement?
Well, he's correct in that if we're not blocked in by a bunch of 1 acre subdivisions, yes, we can expand. But growth is coming. Yeah, the state of Idaho is growing and cities are supposed to grow and cities have sewer treatment plants and water facilities. And if we can't grow, we can't pay for $30 million sewer upgrades. So it's part of just a partnership. There's a little waxing and waning, but when you get all these little 5 acre parcels in front of this county subdivisions, we can't go anywhere. I live in the city of Middleton. I have to pay $30 million sewer upgrade myself because the city can't grow.
What about comments that some of the other developers and folks in opposition said cities need to be able to do higher densities? What are your thoughts on that? So like doing, you know, 8 units per acre.
I agree that cities should be able to do higher density. Middleton, the city council has made it very clear that they're more rural. They don't want higher density than 3. We have no appetite for changing that. And I follow their
And then I guess what about thoughts on, so maybe the city of Middleton might be excluding itself since they want to stay with 3, but what about thoughts of vertical development? I don't see a lot of cities thinking about growing vertically instead of horizontally.
And what do you mean by that?
Grow up.
I mean, how?
More elevation, go to a unit, the sky's the limit, like going up. Skyscrapers, yeah. New York City. Chicago.
Well, we could change our dimension tables, and but there has been absolutely no thought or discussion on that. Limitations even on like townhomes more than 3 stories. I don't think we don't have an appetite for that either.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sheets. I just have a question about the transportation map. So help me understand again about how you say that you have these landing strips that are isolated out there. So are you talking about like connector roads through different unincorporated parcels that you need to have this either city build or each form or?
So what will happen is that there'll be a big city development within city limits out there, and we make them do frontage improvements. And so they'll do a half road, 50-foot, brand new road. Meadow Park is one of them. And it's out there, I don't know how many hundreds of feet. And until another developer comes in and connects that half road. And so it's all piecemeal, like a quilt, just getting put together piece by piece. But if we're not all working off the same map, only certain pieces will be built. Only those within city limits will be built. And then there'll be a county subdivision and they'll just stop us. and then we'll pick up Meadow Park and keep going this way. Another county subdivision will stop us. And these are really critical roads to us. It's Willis, I think you live, Mr. Sheets, close to Middleton. Willis Road, 9th Street, Meadow Park will take a lot of that traffic that is killing you and me every morning on Highway 44 trying to get to work. It'll take it off of there, but county subdivisions, one in particular, C4 and C5, Dave Callister's are right in the middle of Meadow Park. We can't move any further east. I don't know what we'll do.
Okay, so when it comes to those kinds of planning, it should have priority jurisdiction on those plans.
If it's in city limits, you know, all I'm saying is that we can give too. We just need to talk with the county and figure out what collector roads we really want moving east to west. And then get on the same plan so that we're not doing something and then the county's not doing it, or we're doing something that they don't want.
So is it the accoutrements, the sidewalks, the streetlights, those kinds of things? That's what you're concerned about, not necessarily road width or
in certain, the sections that I'm concerned about are actually brand new roads. They're just in areas that we're just starting to develop. And these are future roads that, you know, we're starting to put in, but the county's not putting in.
Not putting in the roads?
Well,
or the improvements?
Yeah, well, they'll put a subdivision in, but they're not seeing that we have a future road, a 100-foot wide road planned right there.
Okay,
it's not on your functional
so,
classification.
Right, so if I'm to understand this, you want the county to apply city street standards to their developments?
Well, we do ask for that, but a lot of times we don't get it. But no, I'm asking whether we can get on the same map, to build the same roads. Actually,
to have the city's road standards built in the county.
Actually, we rarely get that. We ask.
But that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm asking that if we could have the same maps, the same roads on the same map. The county builds to different standards, and that happens every day, and we're fine with it. But we still ask occasionally. If it's close enough.
The county can't ask the city to do things the county standards. We wouldn't get that.
What we do is when we.
I just hope you, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the sort of the flow in the diode. It's like a one direction flow. It doesn't go the other way. It goes one direction, but we don't get anything the other way. So that's what, I think that's just the difficulty. I'm trying to understand the request.
Maybe I can help you. It's because we're growing into the county. So we are the ones usually asking. County does not grow into the city. That's the difference.
Commissioner Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, I know you're here.
Microphone, please.
I know you're here to talk about transportation, but earlier tonight we had some conversation. I'd like to get your input on this idea of could the county and the city have a meaningful conversation about collapsing the impact areas so it would actually meet the reasonable, I think, requirement that you don't claim an impact area unless you can extend city services at a very reasonable time, as in a few years.
I think that we have a codified duty to have a meaningful conversation with you, and it's the negotiation that occurs. And we've been so busy, but we do need to come and talk to the county and planning staff about our impact in that area. But yes, we're eager to have that conversation, but to collapse it, we would actually want to expand ours. And I understand, and it just depends. Some cities perhaps, I understand from the workshops that there are some outerline cities, I can't remember who they are, Parma or Fruitland, that have these giant impact areas that they will never grow into. I mean, it's just unreasonable. But then there's the city of Middleton. We could expand and we could support with our city services. So it's not a one size fits all. But we do need to negotiate and have meaningful conversation and are willing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your
Thank
coming
you
by.
very much.
Thanks for waiting till the end. Did I miss anyone that signed up to testify? Sir, what is your name?
Shane Weston.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had asked to go to the 24th, but we.
You did, I did.
Oh,
Okay.
come on up and join us, sir.
Thank you.
Let's start with name and address for the record, please.
Shane Weston, 16316 Orchard Avenue, Caldwell, Idaho.
Thank you.
I'm speaking in favor of the comp plan. I've noticed some things tonight that I'd just like to share some information. There's a definite impasse when it comes to growth restrictions in the ag zone. And I think there's got to be a better connection for people to understand about living in an ag area and what's that composed of. And that brings me to my second point about the interface between cities and counties. You know, there's a thing called a future acquisitions map. That's in state law. And the future acquisitions map has cities show where city and sewer and water and streets are going to go in a reasonable amount of time. It used to be a 20-year time horizon. But if you just had those people articulate from all the little cities that we have in the state of what their plan is, that would be good. Now, I worked on the impact zones, and I think they look exactly when we did it in Charles Sari, who was the attorney for here, and myself, in 1993 and 94. The impact zones look exactly the same as when we negotiated them. So you can renegotiate these things. You know, all you have to do is start the process, which we did back in 93 and 94. So I encourage you to just, you know, put a time horizon together and figure that out, because that can be done, okay? The other thing is within the area of city impact, you know, you should calculate the amount of farmland that's undeveloped right now, and you should know the number of acreages and the plots and where they are in the street, and start letting developers know where they can go. Now, obviously, some people said, I want to go anywhere. I want to go out into farmland and whatever. But the truth of the matter is, if you want compatibility, you direct them to the area of city impact, and you calculate, you know, where these areas are. And together with the future acquisitions map, it could be a very simple thing. I mean, it could be a lot more simple. You get a lot of resistance from city engineers wanting to show where these, you know, where they want to go within a certain amount of time, because they go, how the heck do I know? Well, you're supposed to know. That's the city. That's where we direct growth to. So those things, you have to have those conversations. I just want to share that with you. And then also, when I was the development impact fee commissioner for City of Boise for 10 years. So what I was going to say is you'd have to go back to the legislature to, excuse me, I'm another minute suffice, but you could do the, you know, you have to have the legislature add the schools to the statements in there, because right now, you know, they don't allow it for schools. You know, you have parks, fire departments, whatever, but you don't have schools. But that doesn't mean you can't renegotiate that within the legislature to get that. So that should be on the agenda. That should be maybe in the comp plan, and list those types of things. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Before we take questions, I'll just note, we actually, Commissioner Sheets actually authored on behalf of Planning and Zoning a letter of recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners recommending an expanded definition of impact fee utilization. So totally aligned with that. And this body actually took some initiative to make that recommendation to the BOCC very recently.
All right, sorry, I didn't know.
No, that's great. Okay. So are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Did I miss anyone else? Okay, first of all, thank you very much to everyone. This has been fabulous. This is the type of meaningful input that we're looking for. I know it's late. I was originally going to ask each commissioner to summarize what they took away from this, and I do think it's useful to provide some feedback so you know we're listening. I guess I'm going to ask every commissioner to take no more than 30 seconds to describe the one key takeaway, the one key surprise or something you're gonna have to go off and think about that you learned about this evening. And that, with 30 seconds for each of us, it should be no more than, 3 minutes total. Commissioner Neville, can I put you on the spot?
Sure. So far, it's pretty balanced as far as the testimony goes, those in favor and those opposed. But the late exhibits that I saw tonight, the written late exhibits, were really powerfully in favor of doing it now. I think that there are also some actionable changes that are going to come from the testimony tonight. In the end, however, I think it's going to depend on the individual's long-range vision for the county. And on the 24th, I'm hoping that folks can actually articulate a little bit like, this is my vision. I never want to see another new house, or this is my vision. You know, we have got to be able to build housing for the people that are going to move in. Whatever their vision is, that's what I'd like to hear on 24th.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williamson.
Yeah, so there was a lot of talk balance. And actually I was kind of a little bit surprised hearing it mostly on the development side. A lot of growers in favor. I got to actually go back and double check with some of the testimony from Mr. Lakey saying that there were letters of opposition. I don't recall seeing too many letters of opposition in the packet, but I might have not, in my haste of going through stuff while working in that memo that was emailed out on the 8th, I might have missed something. But there was actually a lot of good thought and consideration. I agree with Commissioner Sheets, having a little bit more direction, or even if you're in favor, it's like, well, I'm in favor, this would be better.
You pointed at me, but you said Sheets.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Neville, sorry.
You confused me.
It's okay, well, I mean, we get promoted and demoted all the time too, so, you know, I wasn't necessarily here initially this afternoon, so.
Thank you. Your big takeaway, Commissioner Sheets.
My big takeaway is quality of testimony tonight, and the actual thought and research that people put in here, their individual stakes that they have in with their testimony. That definitely goes into the weight that I put into coming to a decision. I mean, I see that people have their interests in mind, and I respect that. I mean, developers want to develop, farmers want to farm, and I want everybody to be happy together. Can I do that? That's a rhetorical question. But I'm just impressed, and I'm very thankful for everybody coming here tonight. And I'm thankful for the commissioners and staff and the process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Your big takeaway, Commissioner Emerald, with the microphone.
With the microphone. Here it is. Okay, so anyway, yeah, no, I appreciate everybody coming. For sure, we heard the balance, we heard committees, and I agree with, we need to listen, and we need to act on that though. And so I agree that we need to balance, we need to have the committees, that's great, but I'm also in for efficiency, no bureaucracy, and we have to deliver somewhere. Sometime we have to deliver this thing. So that's my point. We have to get to an end here somewhere.
Thank you. Commissioner Villafana, you've been quiet at the end there.
Thank you. Yeah, so my big takeaway is on those surveys that got sent out a few years ago, respondents on the farm side said that 80% of them said that they were likely or very likely to continue farming in the next 10 to 15 years, I believe is how the question read. And we can see that today. These farming operations have succession plans. They can continue to operate, and so their voice should be heard. It's a big segment of our economy here in the county. But at the same time, we did hear at 2 or 3 different times that there's that corridor there between Wilder and Greenleaf that used to have a little bit of industrial zoning, and there are some onion sheds and there's some rail. There's Amalgamated Sugar has a beet up there. So, there's some things there that could be looked at, but overall, I think this was great testimonial, everyone. And you can also see the side of the development. I mean, when I moved out here to start farming 4 years ago, we were able to buy a house on 1 acre, and we were very happy to find it. There is demand for that. We're happy to live out in the country, and everybody should have the right to find a place to live where they want to be. And there is a lot of demand for that. So I do hear that side too.
Thank you. And I want to echo the comments. I'm thoroughly impressed by the residents of Canyon County and the community involvement, the different views that are expressed. It's very gratifying to see people getting involved in the process. It's been one of my criticisms and complaints about people that move here, and they're no more involved in their communities here than they were in the communities they left, and that means that it's not going to get any better here than it was in the place that they left. My other takeaway is I've got some homework to do. Frankly, Mr. Wilkie's testimony challenged some of my assumptions. I need to go back. Fortunately, we're videotaping, so I can go back and review his testimony and understand that better. Mr. Lakey provided us several pages of recommendations. I got to go through that and understand if that influences us as well moving forward. Having said that, I look forward to seeing you all on the 24th. We're not going to close public testimony today as we normally would, because we'll pick it up again on the 24th. So we may have a couple of things to conclude as a Planning and Zoning Commission. There's often some requests or direction from staff. So having said that, I'm going to just suggest we take 2 or 3 minutes. Please, commissioners, don't leave your chairs. I'll ask those of you that aren't going to stick around for those housekeeping items to politely excuse yourselves. And again, you leave with my thanks. I appreciate your time this evening.
Again. Good luck. It would be good.
Maybe very boring.
We are outnumbered.
Okay, let's keep rolling. We're running up the clock on the staff. With the commission secretary, please read the next item on this evening's agenda.
Agenda item number 2, action item, Director Planner Commission comments.
I guess the only comment from long range is that we'll see you again on the 24th. In the meantime, if you want to send us anything about any feedback or something you want to discuss on the 24th, just send it to me and we can address that. Staff will put something together addressing some of the concerns that were brought up this evening. Outside of the comp plan, yesterday, Jenna presented an update to Parma's City Council, because we're updating doing a minor update of their comprehensive plan. And I think that's it from long range.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick comment on this evening. We might need to talk about our processes for the 24th with the number of testimony slots and how long it's taken per person. It's going along, and we're gonna have to go through deliberations as well on the 24th. So let's
Yeah,
do some
we
numbers.
figured this was gonna be just kind of see how it goes, and then we'll kind of review the process and make changes.
I got a quick question for Elizabeth, because talking about, she mentioned bringing up any questions or things we want to talk about. I was just wondering if you got the email that I sent out. It was kind of lengthy last night.
You did.
Okay. Because I hadn't seen a response. I just want to make sure you got it.
Yeah, I did write down some responses to what I could answer.
But they're 4-letter words.
So she can't have them on the land.
Yeah.
I was
So
like,
I can do that too.
because, yeah, I was like, well, I mean, the fire district thing, I wanted to try to bring it up. I wanted to try and squeeze it today, but that didn't happen until now. So,
Yeah. I can give that to you.
thanks.
For the rest of the planning, there's not much more to add. Organizationally, we still don't have a director, so we're still searching and waiting, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, no, if you have any questions regarding BSD or any comments?
We have a regular hearing, Mr. Chairman, we have a regular hearing next week.
Right, so we're gonna get a packet tomorrow, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So I have a question. On our next hearing, will the staff give another presentation?
I think, let's put that.
Well, I just have a comment, because if so, I think that it needs to be kind of summarized, hit the main points, hit the facts, and don't go through the whole plan, and then we get into testimony.
Through the chair, so if that's what will happen, it'll just be a quick update. I don't think I'll even do a full presentation at all. I think it'll just be, I'll prep some late exhibits that come in. I think that'll be it.
Were there letters of opposition, like what Mr. Leakey had said? Because I don't remember seeing those.
Originally, in the original.
Yeah, I think he was speaking about the comments received through the public outreach stage, so it's in, I think what he was referring to was the public outreach report.
Okay.
The comments we received in opposition this evening was from 14 Lakey Law.
Yeah, that was one that
And I think there may have been one other one, but the rest of them were in favor.
Okay. Nothing else, Mr. Chair? Commissioner Sheets?
I do have a question. Did we get any response or anything from county council to from the letter that we sent? Or they just?
I haven't received a response back. Bonnie is out, so I was gonna check with her too to see if she received anything. She sent it out for you guys. Fortunately, she's sick, so we'll have to wait until she gets back.
So nothing through the grapevine either? No.
Nothing I'm hearing.
All right, excellent. Thank you much.
Great. And I mentioned driving one earlier, Commissioner Larison's departure.
Correct. We did receive that letter that Commissioner Larson is no longer part of the Planning and Zoning Commission. He's stepping down.
Mr. Chairman? Yes.
So that raises a question. So some of us are filling unfilled spots, and if we're going to stay, need to be reappointed probably by this Board of County Commissioners in December, right?
Right, so we'll look at and see at the term dates and see if there's any renewing of your spots or things of that matter.
With that, so with Commission Secretary, please read the last item on the agenda.
Agenda item number 3, adjournment.
Is there a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Williamson, and a second by Commissioner Sheets, that we adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We are adjourned.
Yes. Yeah, so I told them that. One of us.